Good morning. It is 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The federal crackdown on violent crime is spreading to more Democrat-led cities. ICE agents are now on the move in Boston, and Chicago could soon see an influx of National Guard troops as President Trump vows to clean up the city. ABC's Selena Wang.
I pressed the president on why he's targeting Democratic strongholds like Boston and Chicago.
Mr. President, why target Chicago and Boston when there are cities in red states with higher crime rates?
Yeah. Really higher than Chicago?
There are, like Memphis and St. Louis.
Excuse me. You know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
And 4 people were shot to death over this past weekend in Chicago. An endangered child alert has been issued for a 12-year-old girl missing from Williamson County. Wen Rue Larson is her name. She's been missing since last night.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation telling us she was last seen leaving her home in the Thompson Station area Sunday afternoon. Investigators tell us she was wearing a black oversized T-shirt and also black shorts.
Now, that's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. The TBI saying that girl has a medical condition that could impact her ability to return safely without help. An elderly Madisonville woman is recovering at the University of Tennessee Medical Center this morning after being attacked by a pack of dogs. Sheriff Tommy Jones saying that deputies found that 71-year-old woman lying on the porch of her home with severe wounds. Neighbors were able to chase that pack of 10 to 15 pit bull mixed dogs away. 4 neighbors have been arrested. They're facing felony charges. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Investors mulling over what happened Friday when a weaker than expected jobs report sent stocks lower. The Dow lost 220 points after the Labor Department says just 22,000 jobs were added in August. That's far below expectations, and a sharp decrease from 79,000 jobs added the previous month. Unemployment rising to 4.3%, nearly a 4-year high. And revised numbers for June showing employment actually fell by 13,000 jobs, the first loss in almost 5 years. Meanwhile, investors weighing whether the job market is slow just enough to prompt the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates or by too much, leading to an economic downturn. Tesla is asking its investors to approve a compensation package for founder Elon Musk that would pay him nearly $1 trillion if the electric car company hits certain ambitious milestones over the next decade. This even as Musk's lawyers are appealing a decision in Delaware that found his previous pay plan from 2018, $55 billion, was excessive. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And we've got Dow futures plus 71 right now. NASDAQ futures up 95 and the S&P futures gaining 16 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. I'm not seeing any delays so far on 24. 40 looks pretty good too. And 65, no problems. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you, friends. Hope you had a great weekend. Happy Monday. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. If you were anywhere near the internet over the weekend, you saw this image. It is a horrifying image of a woman sitting on a train and a guy standing behind her getting ready to plunge a knife into her neck. Happy Monday. It is a horrifying image. I don't know if you've seen this story, but a woman who fled Ukraine gets on a light rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina. She's basically on her phone minding her own business. And then a man gets up behind her and stabs her to death right there on the train. Now, this happened back in, I think it was August, so a few weeks ago. But the video just came out here, I think it was on Friday or Saturday. And the images just absolutely blew up the internet. I want you to think about this. This woman flees Ukraine because of the war. And so now she's here in America, in North Carolina, minding her own business, and she is stabbed by a dirtbag who multiple issues, rap sheet a mile long. Her name was, by the way, Urania Zaratuska. It happened, again, last month, but once the video went out, the story exploded. People are commenting on this, as they should. Now, one of the things that I love is that you have all, and by the way, we are on audio. Obviously, we're playing audio, but video as well. So check us out on YouTube. You can see the image on YouTube. You need to come straight in my camera. Am I looking all weird? Okay, very good. This, by the way, is why we do these things before the show. I'm joking. Apparently, Joan, I'm a little lopsided.
Is that right?
Apparently so.
We've all kind of thought that anyway.
I was going to say that's not the only thing lopsided about yours truly. There you go. Anyway, whatever. So one of the things that I noticed in the media is that they're saying Republicans are trying to politicize the death of this Ukrainian woman in North Carolina. They're not politicizing it. Conservatives are not politicizing it. Conservatives, including yours truly, are using this as an example of why soft on crime policies are destroying America and innocent people are getting killed. This is the frustrating thing. How many times do we have to see innocent people get killed with soft on crime policies? This guy should not have been out of prison.
It's not just the response from the people on this. No one knew she was stabbed. They just let her bleed out.
True. New York Times, Washington Post, all the major networks, AP, all of these various news outlets did not report on this story of this man, black man, for what it's worth, killing this Ukrainian woman on the train. And so now people are definitely commenting on this. If you want to call this politicizing, whatever. On Sunday, U.S. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy called out Charlotte city officials, including, by the way, Mayor Vi Lyles, for bearing responsibility. Here's what he said. This monster had a track record longer than a CVS receipt, including prison time for robbery with a dangerous weapon, breaking and entering, and larceny, Duffy said on X. By failing to properly punish him, Charlotte failed this woman and North Carolinians. Elon Musk reposted a bunch of posts on X regarding the murder, some about the lack of caring from the Democrats and others blaming judges who allow these monsters to roam free. Friends, if this is politicizing the death of this poor woman, okay. But as I said on X, the party of if we could just save one life doesn't seem interested in saving lives because they're letting these monsters roam free for whatever reason, and I'll get into that. But they're letting these monsters roam free, and innocent people are just being led to slaughter. And I swear to you, I've said this so many times. American right-wing political commentator. You know what's so funny? Like this article, I think this is Yahoo. I don't know where the original article came from, doggone it, and I should. But this is how they wrote this. Because they seem more upset about the conservatives commenting on this than the actual murder itself. American right-wing political commentator Matt Walsh, self-described as a theocratic fascist, shared a photo from WBTV's video on Saturday and said, "Our society is held hostage by a tiny minority of violent antisocial degenerates." Tell me where he's wrong. Matt Walsh is not wrong. So now you have the mayor of Charlotte. And by the way, you can see a lot of this stuff on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. You have the mayor of Charlotte, Democrat, again, Vi Lyles, who puts out the initial statement about how, listen to this, we can't arrest our way out of these types of issues. Can you imagine that?
She also wants people to stop sharing the video.
Oh, does she?
She's called for that, too. Please stop sharing the video.
Why would she do? Let me guess. Out of respect for the family. Is that what she says?
That part wasn't clarified. She just wants it to stop. It makes her look bad.
Oh, no. This video, and I'm sorry to say this, but this video really needs to be shared because this video is a sign of what the Democrats stand for. This video is just like 9/11. Do you remember after 9/11 when you had all these folks that are saying that would say, you know, either don't share the video or whatever it is that they said, don't mention these guys are Muslim. I remember all of those after 9/11. And my thing was, and you still have people that talk about don't share the horrific videos of 9/11. Absolutely, you share the videos of 9/11. You know why? Because it represents something. It represents the evilness, number one, of those terrorists, and number two, about how America absolutely got caught with his pants down. So yeah, these videos represent something. They represent what in the case of this murder, they represent what the Democrats stand for, which is soft on crime policies that is killing people. Have you heard what DeCarlos Brown Jr., the dude that allegedly, I don't know, do I have to, hey, Joan?
You do.
You do.
Yeah.
I love both of you. You know exactly where I'm going,
Yeah.
right?
Don't do it, Dan.
He's on video. Why do I have to say allegedly?
Yeah. Well,
Allegedly, whatever.
yeah, do allegedly and save your butt.
Allegedly, DeCarlos Brown Jr. So have you seen this dude's rap sheet?
Yes.
Felony larceny, armed robbery, assault. He actually assaulted his sister.
Great.
Aggravated burglary. He had spent, about 6 years in prison and misusing 911, where he was claiming that someone gave him man-made material controlling his actions. He was released, no bail. No bail. He was awaiting trial when he stabbed this woman to death. In other words, why wasn't he in prison or jail? Why wasn't he still being held? Because of the soft on crime policies. And so when you have the mayor of Charlotte out there saying, oh, don't release or don't share the video. You do share the video because we want people to know what you did, Mayor of Charlotte, what you did and what the Democrats stand for, which is innocent people getting killed. Donald Trump was asked about this. We're going to talk about what he had to say coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 515. Time to check the roads on Super Talk.
No delays on 65, 24, or 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Listen, Joan, if you need to justify your enormously, egregiously large salary,
Yes. Oh, yes.
you got to make something up.
All right, well, maybe
why
I'll
are we
find
doing this
something.
otherwise? I'm just kidding. You interrupted my train of thought, Joan, with
Sorry.
your nothing going on in traffic.
Man was on a roll.
I don't know about that. So Donald Trump was asked about this, and he had not seen it yet, but he kind of sort of commented on it. This is what President Trump had to say.
Subway. Have you seen this video, and do you have any reaction to it?
Yeah, and where was the subway was where?
She was in Charlotte on a light train, and she was stabbed multiple times by a...
Horrible. No, I haven't heard. When did this happen?
It happened in August, but the video just came out.
I see. Yeah, I see the video. I'll know all about it by tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
So there you go. So Donald Trump, obviously, he will at some point have something to say about this. And again, I don't believe that sharing the video is politicizing a woman's death.
Just like sharing Audrey Hale's diaries, that's not politicizing the event at Covenant School.
No, here's the deal. You know what I feel like? I feel like the Republican Party is now the party of if we could just save one life. You know what I mean? Because we are the ones that are saying, keep these people in jail. What do you mean these people? Criminals, bad guys, people that are mentally ill or simply criminals. And I don't care which one it is. Oftentimes it's both. A town hall report shows that none of the national outlets had covered the story. So you have the usual suspects, right? You've got the New York Times, Washington Post, ABC, CBS, NBC, and the rest of the mainstream media. The Charlotte Observer chose not to publish the video of the woman's killing due to its graphic nature. But again, I think that we do need to be horrified by these stories because the American people do need to see what's going on. We do need to see what the Democrat policies lead to. And I agree with you. They are absolutely horrifying. But I think that this is something that with the midterm elections coming up, if the Republican Party is the party of if we could just save one life, then we need to expose these things. We do. The mainstream media, ABC, CBS, NBC, New York Times, Washington Post, et al., they don't want you to see these stories. They don't want you to see these stories because they want an ignorant American public. They don't want you to be educated on these things. They don't want the Democrat Party to look bad. The Democrat Party needs to be ashamed of what their policies lead to. I mean, they should be. They don't seem to cop to it. But honest to goodness, we need to educate the American people.
And mainstream media is complicit in that. With I saw a fact yesterday about this story. AP had 74,000 articles related to George Floyd.
Oh, did they really?
0 over this young woman's murder.
74,000 related to George Floyd.
Also, you have to look at the number of stories that they put up about Daniel Penny, the man who saved everyone on the train in New York City.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
And they vilified him.
Daniel Penny was all over the place, and they were vilifying that man for saving all those people.
Yeah.
This story, nobody has anything to say about it
Not
on the
a thing.
media.
Not a thing.
I bet her family wishes Daniel Penny had been on that train.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Although, I mean, I don't know if you've seen the video, but she just, this poor Ukrainian woman just sits down in front of this guy, and he gets up and just stabs her.
She just started scrolling through her phone. I mean, she wasn't doing anything.
She had no idea it was coming.
She didn't interact with him. There was no aggravating factor that would cause him to be angry at her.
It was almost like, and I don't know if you've seen where she sits down in front of him, and he looked bothered that she sat in that seat.
Yeah.
So whether or not this guy, why he decided to stab her, I really don't care. He needs to be, do they have the death penalty in North Carolina? I don't know if they do or not, but whatever. Dude needs to be put away like the dog that he is. But the point is that the soft on crime policies, again, remember, he was out on no bail. So if they had kept him in jail until his trial, that Ukrainian woman, would still be alive.
It is a death penalty state. And to further the quote from the mayor, she says mental health disease is just that, a disease like any other that needs to be treated with the same compassion, diligence, and commitment as cancer or heart disease.
Yeah, she's nuts. This mayor of Charlotte, North Carolina, is nuts. And in her original post, she talked about how we cannot arrest our way out of these issues, not even mentioning the victim's name. So this is the kind of lunacy that America needs to be hip to. Like, America needs to be educated as to, I think I did this last week. Did I call the Democrat Party a death cult last week? I think that I did.
If you didn't, you should have.
Well, I think that I did. I did a lot of talk radio last week, but I mean, they are the death cult. They are a death cult. When you talk about abortion, when you talk about all of the murderers that they allow out of prison, who they then go out and they kill innocent people, the Democrat Party is a death cult. And all the illegal aliens, by the way, that they allow into our country that have ultimately ended up doing horrific things to Americans. I mean, I don't know if you heard this, but we have a new Maryland man.
The suspect, 35-year-old Hugo Hernandez Mendez, threw her body off a highway bridge into the South River.
Yeah, this guy killed a 19-year-old in Maryland.
She had skull and facial fractures. Her family identified her through tattoos.
At this time, there are no additional suspects. However, this investigation is ongoing.
Thompson, who lived with her dad, disappeared after going out to get gas. She sent him this text.
I should be back soon. I love you too. Good night.
Prince George's officials say Hernandez Mendez was in the United States illegally. U.S. Park Police arrested him for a DUI 5 months ago, but let him go.
The U.S. Government has made status of individuals relevant. This was someone who was in their custody, and they made the decision to release him. So I think the questions should be asked of the Justice Department.
Yeah. All right. So there you go. And she was in the custody of federal authorities, I guess, and they let him go. They should have deported him. If they want to get their deportations up, this is the kind of guy that they need to obviously deport. Now, I don't know all the details of what exactly happened or what transpired there, but, I mean, I could do this every day. I don't want to do this every day. You know, I don't want to wake up on a Monday morning, and I don't want to have to, beat you folks down with all these horrific stories of murder and mayhem. I would love, you know what, Joan? I would love nothing more, and Sam, I would love nothing more than to just sit here and talk about that crazy ass woman in Philadelphia that sold the baseball.
Yes.
I would like nothing more than just, do that all day long. Maybe I should. Should I do that? Should I do Philly Karen all day long?
Not all day long, but she's worth a mention.
And the dad, she has a stupid haircut.
Doesn't she look like Rosie O'Donnell? Like, you could put her next to Rosie O'Donnell and just like her.
Okay, so if you folks don't know, Philly Karen, well, we don't.
Everybody saw it.
I don't have time now. We'll do just a little bit on Philly Karen. By the way, did you hear that Rosie O'Donnell is in big legal trouble? Did you hear about this?
I did not.
Ooh, stay close. All that and more coming up. It's 5:24. Joan has the news at 5:30. Hey, Joan.
Yeah, there's been an attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem, happened this morning, and Hamas is claiming responsibility.
Somebody tell Tucker Carlson, please.
Yeah, yes.
Did you hear what Tucker Carlson said?
No, but I guess you're going to tell us that at 5:30
my goodness gracious.
Huh?
Tucker Carlson has completely lost the plot on everything.
Yeah.
That dude, we'll talk about that at 5:32, 5:35. Go ahead. What am I doing? Go. 529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. And good morning to you. By the way, where are we going this morning? We have Matthew Hurt coming up at 6:38, going to talk a little politics. And then later on this morning, 8:05, we're going to be talking to Matt Van Epps. He is running for the 7th. I'm curious, did anybody listen to the big debate that Matt Murphy hosted on Friday night? If you did, I'm curious as to who you believe won that debate. You had 4 of the major candidates for the 7th, and I'm just curious. I'm going to tell you, I did not listen to it. I fell asleep. I did that last half hour of Matt's show leading into the debate. Joan, when I tell you I was asleep before the debate started.
I think the appropriate term for what happened to you is that you passed out.
I did.
Yeah.
It was like, I'd been doing a lot of shows, and I was so incredibly tired. I also way over-prepped for that thing. I'll talk about that. And we'll talk about what you thought of the debate. If you listened to it, who do you think won the debate? The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. At least 5 people were shot dead by Palestinian gunmen in Jerusalem overnight. Police there saying that 2 suspects were shot and killed at the scene. Those attackers opened fire at people waiting at a bus depot. At least a dozen others were also injured in that shooting. Hamas praised the attack, calling it a natural response to the genocide being waged against its people. In Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell is denying that Nashville crime rates warrant the deployment of National Guard troops.
We have not requested them. Chief Drake has not requested them. Our Metro Nashville Police Department has not requested their presence. We are continuing to make progress in year-over-year reductions in crime. We're going to continue to focus on those local efforts with trusted community partners.
Mayor O'Connell saying that the city's looking to hire a so-called Director of Crime Prevention and Reduction. But that plan has been on the table for months. South Korea is getting its citizens back. President Trump calling for all foreign companies investing in the United States to please respect our nation's immigration laws.
Authorities in South Korea say workers detained during a massive immigration raid on this Hyundai battery plant in Georgia last week will be returned to their home country on a chartered flight. Federal agents arrested nearly 500 people Thursday, most of them South Korean nationals. President Trump last night called on foreign companies like Hyundai to respect U.S. immigration law while saying he welcomes foreign workers who come here legally to train American workers.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. And ESPN announcing that it'll bring the show College Game Day to Knoxville on Saturday for the matchup between Tennessee and Georgia. This will be the first time College Game Day has been in Knoxville since 2022. The game kicks off at 3:30 p.m. on Saturday. Both teams undefeated. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, look, I found the delay of the morning. It's on 24 as you round that bend onto 40 this morning, heading into Nashville. Otherwise, we're looking good so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends and happy Monday to you. All right, I got a lot that I want to do in this segment. Real quick. So I only got one response to who won the debate on Friday.
Wow.
2862 says Reeves sounds like scum. Gino Bolso sounds like a soy boy that doesn't think for himself. It was a tie between Barrett and Matt Van Epps.
Oh.
So, I don't know, whatever. I didn't hear it, so I don't know. I was vast asleep. I did a half hour. I kid you not, Joan, I don't know what it is about me, but I was so stupidly nervous about this 30-minute broadcast that I prepped for like 2 hours for 30 minutes. And then I look up, and it's already like half over. And I'd only played 2 of my sound bites.
Oh, wow.
I mean, typical me, right? Just totally over-prepped. I started laughing at myself because it's like, I'm such a whatever. But you know what? I'd rather be over-prepped than under-prepped. That's what I always say. Sam, you're an up-and-comer in broadcasting. Just always know it's better to be over-prepped and underslept than under-prepped. And see, if I was over-prepped, I would have been able to say that a lot better. Whatever.
I'll just roll with my mother's wisdom on failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
There you go.
Mom's so smart.
Your mom's a smart lady.
Yes.
Philly Karen. So, just real quickly.
Hold on. I said something stupid earlier. I said she looks like...
Rosie O'Donnell?
Yes, but actually, she looks like Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah,
And
everybody...
a lot of super textures, yeah.
Everybody was like, Joan's on crack.
Yeah. First thing Monday morning, you need crack.
She looks like Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, sorry.
The Hunter Biden diet.
I think she just looks like a Karen. Like, if she does look like Elizabeth Warren, she's just got that stupid haircut.
Yeah.
Like, do women like Philly Karen? And if you don't know who we're talking about, Philly Karen, this was at a ball game, I guess, in Philadelphia, and I've got it up on the screen. Basically, there was a home run hit at a Phillies game, and a dad grabbed the ball as she was, trying to get the ball. So then she comes running over. He grabs the ball. She was too slow. The dad grabs the ball and gives it to his son. Philly Karen, with that stupid haircut, runs up and gets in the dad's grill about how he stole the ball. Now, Joan, you're a big baseball fan. I don't know about you, Sam, but I am a big baseball fan, and I have gone for, baseballs hit in the stands many, many, many times. And you know what? Would you say, Joan, that it is survival of the fittest in the stands?
If it lands in the stands, like not in somebody's glove, right? But if it lands on the stands, yes, it's whoever gets to it first.
Survival of the fittest.
Yes.
Right? So if you, and I'm kind of like zaprudering this video, but it goes into the stands, it lands, she is leaning down, the dad comes over like 8 or 9 seats and grabs it because she was too slow. And so then he runs over and he gives it to his son, and then she just marches right on over and gets into the dude's grill, the dad's grill, as he's hugging his son, by the way.
Yeah.
He's hugging his son like it's a really proud moment. I got the home run ball, and I'm plopping it in my son's glove, and here comes Philly Karen, and she's got, her finger pointing in his face, and she's just, screaming at him. And so then this dad stupidly, I don't know why he did this, but he takes the ball out of his son's glove and gives it to Philly Karen. And he's like, just here's the ball, get. So I think that the dad made a horrendous mistake. By the way, he has been interviewed and said that he thought that he was being a good example for his son. He was being a terrible example for his son. You don't let his son. You don't let anybody bully you into doing something that, like giving up the baseball.
Strong dads are an absolute must.
I would have said, lady, you were too slow. I didn't break any rules. I didn't break any laws. And this is by rule of the stands at a baseball game. I didn't push you out of the way. I was simply faster. And I'm giving the ball to my kid. Get. What is she going to do? Hit him? No. So he thought that he was teaching his son something. I don't exactly know what, but he didn't. He taught his son weakness, in my opinion.
He taught his son when there's a nagging woman, just get her what she wants and walk away.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And his son looks disappointed because he looked so thrilled that he got the ball.
Yeah.
And then he took the glove out, gave it to Philly Karen, and off she goes.
Right out of the kid's glove, too.
Yeah,
that was
I don't know what he.
horrifying.
You know what? I hope the dude's wife, when he got home, I hope dude's wife gave him, what for?
Yeah.
I see, based on his initial reaction, where he's doing this.
Well, you got to describe it for people on the radio. He kind of put his hands up like, ooh.
Yeah, he was tucking back. I think he's dropping that kid off at his ex's house after the game.
Yeah.
That's, I mean.
He looked like a soy boy.
Situational awareness level 0.
Now, you want to know the good part of the story? Good part of the story is the guy who hit the home run. It's a Phillies player. I should know the name, but I don't. Maybe somebody can send it to me on.
You know what? I'm a Phillies fan, and I don't know this guy. So
okay. Well, the player met the dad and the son afterwards and gave the kid a bat and probably a ball too, and a signed bat at that. So I think that's great. And the kid ultimately got, rewarded. His dad's a nincompoop. You know what? If I was to do nincompoops in the news today via Matt Murphy show.
Oh, yeah.
Charlotte Mayer, then this guy.
Okay, fair enough. But here's my question. Who's the bigger nincompoop? The dad or Philly Karen? Let's go to the phones. All right, we're not going to go to the phones.
Harrison Bader is the name of the Phillies player.
Harrison Bader?
Yeah.
All right. So who's the bigger nincompoop? The dad or Philly Karen? Because the dad, I could make talk radio out of this like you wouldn't believe. The dad was weak. He showed weakness to his son. He thought he was doing the right thing. In my opinion, he didn't. And so he showed weakness. And Philly Karen bullied this dad. And so who, and super texters, you guys can chime in, who is the bigger nincompoop? Is it the dad or the Philly Karen?
And the person who loses the most out of all of this is the poor kid.
Mm-hmm.
Because for the rest of his life, he's going to be the kid known as, oh, you're the kid whose dad didn't protect him from the Karen.
From the Philly Karen.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
I got to agree and add on to it that those glasses are a giveaway that something crazy is going to happen or come out of her mouth.
It's always like the haircut.
Yeah.
And the stupid glasses.
Yeah. They're the same glasses as the Cracker Barrel CEO.
Is it? Okay.
Pretty much.
And some poor woman was misidentified as the Philly Karen. Do we know who Philly Karen is, by the way, now?
I don't think we have a confirmed identity.
Somebody said that she got fired from her job.
Oh, so there was an AI-generated apology kind of thing where she was crying and all this. But it was AI-generated, and it wasn't actually Philly Karen. So you know how this works? I don't know what's real anymore.
Her name is Cheryl Richardson Wagner.
Okay. And she got in another fan's grill as well.
Oh, yeah. She works for the Hamilton Public Schools. She's a teacher in Hamilton, which is about an hour south of Philadelphia.
Okay. She must be fun in the classroom.
Oh, can you imagine?
Lord, that.
You're going to learn about two dads, and you're going to like it.
She was not fired. The school said she was not fired.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. And everybody on the super text line is blowing up.
Oh, she's never been
She
an
got
employee.
fired. She got fired.
Yeah.
I don't know if she got fired. Dan, you were the nincompoop. Oh, thank you, Joseph. I'm the nincompoop. I've had a good show so far. Joseph, what's up with you? She apparently got in, because there's video of this woman all over the place. She apparently got in the grill of other fans, too. And then people started booing her. Here's what I've noticed. Bad behavior is all over the place these days. One of the things, and there was a thing where and Sam, you know more about this than I do, but there was a video of a kid who, a businessman, he was at a tennis match, and one of the tennis players gave I guess a hat to a guy. I've got it on the video. One of the tennis players gave a hat to a kid, and some jackass literally stole the hat from the kid's hands. And that dude got outed big time. He was some sort of a Polish CEO millionaire. And he posted, I remember this, he posted something like, yeah, I took the kid's hat, so what? Oh my gosh. And then every time
feel so empowered. It's just weird.
And the kid's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
You took my hat. And I don't know. Everywhere you go, there's bad behavior on display. Every day I go on the internet, there's some idiot on a plane screaming about something, and it's usually something about politics or whatever. And everybody's badly behaved. Do you know what I want to do, Joan?
What's that?
Sam, I want to do this. At 8:35, I can't do it at 8:05. I wanted to do it at 8:05, but I can't do it. At 8:35, I want to do something with the Chris Hand, crisscross, whatever it is. So I want to take calls, and I want people to tell us what's the nicest random act of kindness that has ever happened to you. Do you know what I mean, Joan?
I love that.
So in other words, yeah. So I had, and I'm going to give you my example, and I'll tell this again at 8:35. I used to have a piece of junk Jeep, right? I had no money. This was just a few years ago. And I had a Jeep that kept conking out on me. And so I was at the corner of like Lebanon Pike and Old Hickory, right there. And I'm trying to turn left, and my Jeep stalls in the middle of the road. I've told this story before. My Jeep stalls in the middle of the road. There was a guy in front of me who heard my Jeep stall somehow. And he gets out of his car. Now realize, he is in front of me, not behind me. He gets out of his car, tells me to pop my hood, and he says, yeah, these Jeeps are pieces of beep. And he jiggled something in there, and he got my Jeep to start. And realize, again, he was in front of me. He didn't have to do that. He could have just driven along. If it was somebody behind me, I would understand that he wanted to get moving, so I fixed my car real quick. This dude gets out of his car, middle of traffic, tells me to pop the hood, and within a minute, that's a long light, it's like a four-way, within like a minute to 2 minutes, he had started my car.
That's cool.
Amazing, random act of
I had a really good one
kindness
this weekend.
Okay, well,
Oh, okay, good. I'll keep it.
So I'm giving my example, and I want you folks to think about this, because at 8:35, because what did I say to, who was it? I don't know who it was. Somebody, I was texting, and I said, the news really sucks today. So I want to do something nice. I want to do random acts of kindness. What's the kindest random act of kindness that has happened to you? Not what you've done for somebody else, but has been done to you. And I'm wondering if this has happened to other people.
I love this because it makes Monday feel a little better.
Yeah. Did he explain to you what Jeep stands for in that process?
No, but go ahead.
Just empty every pocket.
You know what? That Jeep served me well, actually. So anyway, I want to do that. So start thinking of your stories, and we're going to take calls at 8:35. Chris Ann will be here. Of course, Joan and Sam and I will be here as well. And I'll look forward to doing that at 8:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Because there's all kinds of bad behavior out there, and I really don't get it. Tucker Carlson, very quickly, he had said something astonishing during a podcast, and I'm going to play it real quick. And I want to figure out where he is losing the plot on seemingly a lot of stories these days. He was doing a podcast. I don't know who he was talking to and whatnot, but this is what he said about Hamas.
No one can plausibly claim that a Christian family are in Hamas. Okay, so like what? Tell me, you can't claim that they're in Hamas while simultaneously claiming that Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true, by the way.
How could Tucker Carlson say he doesn't know that Hamas is a jihadist, Islamic jihadist? He said one more thing.
Seems more like a political organization, but whatever it is.
So Tucker Carlson said that he doesn't believe that Hamas are a bunch of, murderous jihadists.
It's a political organization.
He seems to think that Hamas is a political organization. What in the hell is he talking about?
It just happened to have a charter that says Israel will exist until Islam says it can no longer. That political organization.
I don't get it. And I realized it was sort of like a flippant comment in the middle of something broader that he was talking about. But where in the world does he get that Hamas is more like a political organization than jihadi terrorists? I mean, do legit political organizations, rampage into Israel and kill 1,200 people? Just in the news today, we have a situation where Hamas is claiming responsibility for killing a bunch of Jewish folks at a bus stop, Joan? So I don't understand what Tucker is doing or saying. I want to play this entire, just so people can't claim that I'm taking his comments out of context. I'm going to play the entire 32-second comment from Tucker.
No one can plausibly claim that a Christian family are in Hamas. Okay, so like what? Tell me. You can't claim that they're in Hamas while simultaneously claiming that Hamas is a group of jihadis. They're Islamic extremists, which they also claim constantly. Which I don't know if that's true, by the way. It seems more like a political organization. But whatever it is, they're telling us constantly they're Al Qaeda. So it can't also be true that Christians are a member of Al Qaeda. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just 30 seconds or so of this. I don't get it. And Tucker is getting absolutely blitzed on the socials for that comment. And when I posted that, I heard from some folks. I posted it overnight. You can find all of this stuff on my X feed at Dan Manda's show. But a lot of people said, yeah, something has happened to Tucker. Don't know what it is. Don't know if he's always been sort of this kind of loopy. But you can't say that Hamas is a political organization. You just can't. They're not a legit political organization. They are a murderous terrorist organization is what they are. So I don't know. I used to be, Jonah, such a huge fan of Tucker Carlson.
I was too. And even when he went solo, like he is, he's been, I listened all the time. But I'm just freaked out by where he's going.
Yeah, it's sad. All right, it's 5:55, moving right along. Joan's got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, the death toll has gone up this morning in Jerusalem after a bus stop attack. Also, another chance to get familiar with the candidates who want to become Tennessee's next congressman. That's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
but a lot of these protesters are paid. There's a story, Crowds on Demand CEO, 400% increase, surge for requests for paid protesters.
Yep.
Protester requests have increased 400% since President Trump announced the federal takeover of D.C.'s police department.
No, none of this. I mean, we've seen this time and time again, where they've got all of these different protests and it goes on. I swear it feels like it's every couple of weeks they've got another protest going on.
It is time to unite, not to fight each other the way they want us to do.
And they keep offering, looking for people to protest. And I don't think there's this groundswell of anger that they're trying to convince the American people that there is. .559 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Did you see what happened to Congressman Andy Ogles over the weekend? Holy mackerel. I've got some great audio, some great video, and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 53 degrees this morning. Nice morning. And we'll get up to 82 later on. Stick around for Stefano's forecast right after the news. The death toll at a bus stop in Israel has risen to 6 this morning. Palestinian gunmen opening fire as people were waiting for a bus in Jerusalem. Now, among those who were wounded, a pregnant woman. The U.S.-designated terrorist organization Hamas praised that attack, saying it was carried out by 2 Palestinian militants. Both of them were killed. Here in Tennessee, the candidates hoping to fill the 7th congressional district seat vacated by Mark Green will make their case today for why they should be the next person to take the job.
Representatives Bo Mitchell, Afton Bain, Gino Bolso, and Lee Reeves. Now, they're going to be talking about some of their priorities and then explain what they think is impacting Tennesseans and present solutions.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. The matchup is slated to begin at 9 o'clock this morning at the Wonder Center and Museum in Dixon. And by the way, today's the last day to register to vote for this special election. The primary takes place October 7th. The general election is December 2nd. Now, you can register to vote or check your status at govotn.gov. Ascend Amphitheater is getting a leadership change. An affiliate of the Opry Entertainment Group is investing $12 million in upgrades to both the venue and the adjacent greenway. It's a 10-year deal that ends the management of Live Nation there. It's not clear if the amphitheater will get or will retain its name. And we've got Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
Investors head into the new week anticipating an interest rate cut from the Fed because of last week's worse than expected report on job creation. The Fed's Board of Governors sits down next week to ponder interest rates. Friday found stocks in retreat with the Dow Jones losing 220 points and headed into the weekend at 45,401. The S&P 500 gave up a third of a point. The NASDAQ composite slipped a fraction to end the week. This weekend brought a surprise winner at the box office. The Conjuring: Last Rites pulled in $83 million in the U.S. and Canada from Thursday through Sunday, roughly 65% more than analysts had predicted before its release. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
We've got Dow futures plus 75 right now. NASDAQ futures up 95. S&P futures, they're gaining 17. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather up ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. couple of accidents now. One is in Talbot's Corner on 65 on the southbound side before Trinity Lane, and it takes out the left shoulder. Then you've got one that's in Almaville on 840 westbound before Almaville Road. That's exit 47. Says it looks like they're cleaning up the median right now after that accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nationals Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Monday, September 8th of 2025. So Congressman Andy Ogles did a 5th Congressional District, did an event over the weekend. And Joan, he was attacked by what I have not so affectionately called the Biddy Brigade.
Which I just love.
A bunch of older ladies. Listen, I'm not throwing stones. You know, I'm not exactly a spring chicken. But he is I've got the audio and the video. So if you want to watch us on YouTube, you can see the video. He is surrounded by a lot of these older ladies. And they're sticking their fingers like right in his face. And they're angry. And before I even play the audio, can I tell you what's going on with Congressman Ogles? The left is trying to flip that seat. And so I don't think it's any real surprise that you have a lot of these leftists that are now out there protesting Congressman Ogles. They want these moments to go viral. But you know what I like? And I've been listen, let's not, I'm not going to try to say that I have not been critical of Congressman Ogles. I have. I've been very critical of him. But I'm going to say that I like the way that he handled this, because instead of cowering, he actually got right back in their face. He got right back in their grill. And some people would say that from a political standpoint, this isn't very smart of the congressman to, fight back against these, ladies who are going after him. But the reality is that if you are, and he's literally surrounded by these women, and they're going after him for his stance on the Second Amendment. I want you to listen very closely to the dialogue.
That's a great picture. That's one of my favorites. Here, if you want a picture, that right there. You know what? This is in the Constitution.
So the picture, by the way, that he's talking about, it's a woman, and it says, "Vote him out." And it's Andy Ogles' Christmas card. It's the now infamous Christmas card where he and the fam, wife and I guess 1, 2, 3 kids, I guess, they're all holding guns. And so you got one of these ladies that is holding a sign, and it is a picture of him with the family, Merry Christmas, in front of the Christmas tree, and they're all holding guns. And he's like, yeah, you know what? I love that picture, because that picture is really the personification of the Second Amendment.
Favorites. Here, if you want a picture, that right there. You know what? This is in the Constitution. Thank you so much.
Is it the AK-47s in the Constitution that are military weapons? Which part is in the Constitution?
What part of the Second Amendment don't you understand?
I understand that I have the right to own a gun, and I do, by the way.
Good.
However, I do understand that guns are are killing more kids than even measles, which you have now decided do not need to be vaccinated.
Last time I looked, it was the school shootings were from transgender weirdos.
Right?
It wasn't.
Did you hear what he said?
I did.
Last time I saw these, school shootings were being done by transgender weirdos. I mean, Nashville. And we just had another one in Minnesota. And there have been, 5, 6 7 over the last several years.
About 7.
Yeah, that were done by, as Andy Ogles said, I'm going to quote the congressman, transgender weirdos. And you'll see that everybody reacted to that, right? Everybody's just like, you can react like that. But, I mean, he's right. I mean, there have been many shootings that have been done by these folks that are, and I'm air quoting here, transgender.
Are killing more kids than even measles, which you have now decided do not need to be vaccinated.
Last time I looked, it was the school shootings were from transgender weirdos. Right? It wasn't the guns. It was afraid. Oh no, it is in fact a lie.
It is a lie. And
you truly believe that transgender people are the only people that are killing?
Now, that's not what he said. You hear what she said?
Yeah.
You honestly believe that transgender people are the only ones that are killing people? No, that is not what Congressman Andy Ogles said. He would be the first to admit that we got a big. He called for the National Guard for Nashville and Memphis. That's not for transgender people. That's for all the crime that's going on in these cities here in the state of Tennessee. So, again, I've been critical of the congressman, but I do like how he handled this.
Especially considering the question that woman asked him, she leads into, the guns are responsible.
Right.
The leftist ideology of, well, it's not the person behind the trigger.
Right.
It's the object.
Because they've been trying to obviously disarm America for a long time. And they're not looking for real solutions. What they're looking for is just to disarm America, which, as we know, the only people that they're going to be successfully disarming is the good guys. Because the bad guys are not going to give up their guns. That's number one. And number two, if there had been a good guy with a gun on that light rail train in North Carolina, perhaps a good guy with a gun could have saved the bad guy with a knife from killing that Ukrainian woman that we talked about in the 5 o'clock hour. A horrific story. So, again, I do like how Andy Ogles dealt with this.
You're the one that likes to tell lies.
No.
It was
No.
transgenderism is a mental illness. You need to accept that fact. We need to pass a law to correct the AMA because they're getting it wrong, and those folks should never.
When did we move from guns?
When did you go into this mode where you think that anyone that is different than you is now the bad guy?
Look, if a dude wants to wear a dress, he can wear a dress. He looks stupid, but he can still wear a dress.
Show me this.
And off he goes. And he's right, by the way. We talked about this on Friday where you talk about, and we had this as a topic, where Donald Trump wants to ban folks that are transgender from buying firearms. And that all, as I explained, not only in the podcast that Chris and I did, but also during the shows last week, that what they need to do is they need to hook in mental illness into transgender, but you've got to go through the American Psychological and the American Psychiatric Association so that you can classify them as such, which they used to, not to get too into the weeds on this, they used to, but then the activist destigmatized or tried to destigmatize being transgender, so it is no longer categorized as a mental illness. It's like a mental condition or something to that effect. So that is a battle that they're going to continue to fight. But the fun for Andy Ogles wasn't done. You know, Joan, who else shows up for this thing that Andy was dealing with? Antifa.
Oh, Antifa. That's serious.
And Antifa shows up as well. And I thought it was interesting because the congressman decided that he was going to show up where they were. They were outside of his his town hall, and he went out there. And he decided that he was going to talk to the folks there within Antifa. And I'm going to play that audio coming up next right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound before Trinity Lane. There's an accident on the left shoulder. Almaville, 840 westbound, reports an accident.
As far as your weather for today, looks like it is going to be sunny. As a matter of fact, the official forecast from SAM, brilliant sunshine and pleasant. Great day to be outside. High of 80, feeling like 83. Getting down to the lower 50s tonight. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Antifa shows up. And again, remember, the whole point of this isn't just to have fun with the audio of Congressman Ogles standing up to, in this particular case, Antifa, the bad guys, the clear bad guys. But the reason these protesters and these activists and Antifa are showing up to his events is because they want the publicity so that they can flip his seat towards the Democrats. They want to vote him out and place a Democrat in his seat. The Cook Politics says that seat is solidly Republican +8. So they actually feel like, you know what, that's enough of a margin that they might be able to flip that seat. You also talk about apparently his fundraising isn't going really well. I'm just telling you what's going on. So they do believe that there is blood in the water with Andy Ogles. And so they are now showing up at his events and they are attacking him. And if you are watching on Super Talk TV, you are able to watch these videos that I'm playing. This is the audio where Antifa shows up and he decides to go out into the crowd of Antifa and he started fighting back.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. You can stay there and talk to me, but don't touch me. Don't touch me. You understand me? Don't touch me.
And he is, all these guys have masks on, and they are clad all in black. We, the people of America, is one of the signs. And Andy's just sitting there saying, Congressman Ogles is sitting there saying, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I just watched the video of that.
Yes.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
I think Andy Ogles, that was one of the braver things I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are bad dudes, man.
Yeah.
These are bad people. And he's got his security around him, but he just, he wades into the filth. And they're flipping him off and the whole thing. Oh, was there F-bombs in there? Oh, was there F-bombs shown? Did you hear that?
Yeah,
I didn't hear
some
that.
F-bombs, yeah.
Well, they're yelling back and forth. And one guy is, again, masked, but he's wearing a thing that says trans lives matter and trans rights and all these other kinds of things. So, obviously there are, there is an agenda here. Yeah, there it is. Trans rights, something or another about trans. But there's a reason why they're now calling Antifa Trans-Tifa, is because this is an organization, Antifa, that now has a lot of trans people in it, as we have spoken about before. And you know what I like is that, Andy himself posted this on his social media. So I think that this is, I thought this was a good look for the congressman. I do.
If you, yes, it was a good look for the congressman because he was not afraid. And secondly, do you follow Andy No? I think that's how you say his name online. Yeah. He kind of leads that call to action about what's happening with Trans-Tifa.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's always out there with those. He's a great person to follow.
He's been beaten up by those
Yes.
folks.
Like
really
in the hospital,
badly.
ended up in the hospital. Yeah.
Who do you think was scarier, the Biddy Brigade or the Trans-Tifa folks?
Yeah, they're pretty close.
Both are pretty scary.
I don't know. The Trans-Tifa folks, so it's killing me. It says, we the people. And it's like, you need another sign that says, we the people who do not wish to be identified because we're paid to be here.
Black mask, pink shirt.
So
weirdos.
I think the congressman, I mean, I've been honest. I think he's done some stuff that was rather lame. Filing legislation for Trump to run for a third term, wanting a feasibility study on whether or not Trump could be put up on Mount Rushmore. I think these are things that are just silly, especially at the time that he did it, which was when Trump was just starting term number 2. So for me, whatever. I mean, I think that there are a lot of people within the Republican Party who are looking at the 5th Congressional District and Ogles' spot, and they're thinking about, this is out there, they're thinking about whether or not they want to primary the congressman. So we'll have to see ultimately what happens. But right now, and they do also talk about his low fundraising. I don't know about that. I don't know if his fundraising is particularly low. That's what the stories on this tell you. But I know that there's a lot of folks that don't like the congressman. I'm not exactly sure why. I mean, I've said why I believe. I think that, some of these things are just to kiss Trump's rump. You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of ridiculous because Trump himself has even said that he doesn't want to run for a third term. And so it just seems like he does these things that are almost like fan service for Donald Trump. And I think that I think all eyes right now, you know what I think is going on, Joan? This is just me talking.
What's that?
I think everybody's waiting to see, because, Trump is doling out the endorsements right now. So people are waiting to see if Trump is going to endorse Congressman Ogles, because I believe the prevailing opinion is that if Trump endorses Ogles, then there's no point to try to primary him.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's true. Like we did a Daily Dan poll a while ago, and the question was, how important is a Donald Trump endorsement to you? And let's do that again real quick, because I don't even think we haven't done a poll in a couple of days. Sam, let's do this. How do we word this? So, would a Donald Trump endorsement matter to you in the 5th Congressional District? Or maybe if Donald, figure it out. I mean, something like that. Because we did a Daily Dan poll a while ago, Joan. I don't know if you remember, but we did a Daily Dan poll a while ago, and we asked, does a Donald Trump endorsement matter to you? Overwhelmingly, people said no.
Oh.
Because I think that there is a feeling that, and this is all due respect to President Trump, but I just think that there is this feeling that people don't know, that Trump doesn't really know what's going on the ground. And there's also no debate over the fact that Congressman Ogles, when Trump said, I got all these people in the Republican Party, they make me work really hard for their vote. They eventually vote for example, the big, beautiful bill, but they like to make a spectacle out of the fact that they're not going to vote for it. And they make me beg and plead. And it's like they just want to be the center of attention. I believe that he was talking about Andy Ogles, among perhaps others.
Would a Donald Trump endorsement matter to you for a Tennessee Republican primary?
There you go. Yeah, very good. Don't even mention the 5th, because I would like to know what people think. So take the Daily Dan poll, watch us on YouTube. You can watch us on X. You can watch us, on 997WTN.com, Rumble. I mean, we are everywhere. You can listen everywhere as well. Wherever you stream audio, wherever you stream video, you can watch us. Just find us, and we'd be glad for you to watch us. The super text line is 615-737-9986. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, President Trump has the Bible on his agenda this morning. We'll tell you what that's all about coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Matus here. I want to tell you about my friend, Dr. Jeffrey Horn, and my friends at Vision for Life. Now, this is truly a life-changing experience, fixing your vision. I wore glasses for 30, 35 years. And just here in the last several months, Dr. Horn had the LASIK surgery and fixed my eyesight. And I got to tell you, it is one of the most amazing things that I've ever done. Now, I thought that all vision surgeries were the same. I believed everything was just LASIK. But after doing my research, I did learn that Vision for Life offers a variety of advanced procedures tailored to each patient's unique needs. Now, Dr. Horn doesn't just restore your vision. He restores your confidence and your freedom. Freedom from glasses and contacts and those pesky struggles like driving at night or reading small print. And I always talk about these, victories outside of the exam room. And this summer was the first summer that I've had in years where I could actually see in the swimming pool, right? Or at the beach, because for years and years and years and years, I wasn't able to see because I didn't have my glasses on in the water. Well, this is the first summer that I've been able to actually see in the swimming pool. It was amazing. I want you to have the same experience. If you're thinking about vision correction, call my friends at Vision for Life today. and schedule your consultation, free consultation, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime, visionforlife.com. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Whether you have old, drafty windows or cheap builder-grade windows, right now is the best time to replace your windows with my friends at Window Nation. Now, this is my window company. They have put not one, not two. They have put 4 windows in my home. This is a great company. I had a great experience, and you will too. You can get top quality, energy-efficient windows from a trusted company, all at a reasonable price, and that is, again, Window Nation. And this month, they've got a great special going on. You buy 2 windows, you are going to get 2 absolutely free. Make no payments for 2 years. You won't have to deal with monthly payments or down payment or interest until 2027. Now, here is 1 or 2 of the many reasons why I trust Window Nation. They do have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They've got over 45,000 5-star reviews, and yes, they've installed over 2 million windows across the country. So if you're looking to invest your home, if you are looking to put in new windows, you've got to give my friends at Window Nation a shot. Hurry, though, this sale is going to end on September 30th. Call them now to schedule a fast and free estimate. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. You can find them online anytime, windownation.com.
Talbot's Corner, 65. I'm Christy O'Brien.
629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Matthew Hurt is coming up next. Going to talk some pure politics and a bunch of other things with Matthew coming up at about 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, change is always happening. Music is always changing. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed, and bands and artists come and go. But no matter how it changes in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same: the price of your internet with Xfinity. That's right. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. One internet price over 5 years guaranteed. Now, this is great for you. It means that you can get Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included with this incredible deal. Now, with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that does stay exactly the same. To get started, call Xfinity or find them online, Xfinity.com. That is Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report, August 2024. 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, yes, our conversation with Matthew Hurt. Also, remember at 8:05, I'm going to speak to one of those guys running for the 7th Congressional District, Matt Van Epps. Looking forward to talking to him as well. It's all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A couple of accidents for drivers to be aware of this morning. North Nashville, it's on Briley Parkway, the eastbound lanes before Dickerson Pike, exit 16B. The right exit lane has been blocked off by that. Also, you've got that accident that we were talking about earlier, 840 westbound before Almaville Road. That still looks like it's causing some big delays as well. President Trump is set to visit D.C.'s Museum of the Bible this morning, where the Religious Liberty Commission is meeting. The president's remarks will underscore his defense of religious liberty. Trump created the Religious Liberty Commission in May via an executive order. The president said that that federal, state, and local policies have endangered the U.S.'s tradition of religious liberty in the past few years. Well, the disturbing murder of a Ukrainian woman on a North Carolina commuter train has rocked the nation. The suspect has now been identified as 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown. ABC's Perry Russum says the incident is putting a spotlight on the judicial system and how mental illness is dealt with in the U.S.
His own mother says after he served 5 years in prison for armed robbery, Brown began to behave strangely. She says she got an involuntary commitment order and he was placed under psychiatric monitoring, diagnosed with schizophrenia. But she says he got so aggressive, she had to kick him out of her house. Earlier this year, he called 911, making what police describe as paranoid claims. A judge ordered a competency evaluation, but he remained a free man.
The mayor of Charlotte pushing for more investment in mental health resources. Meantime, GoFundMe has removed the campaign that was created to cover the legal defense fees and mental health support for DeCarlos Brown. GoFundMe said that campaign violated the terms of their service because he's been charged with a violent crime. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. There's an accident in Donaldson on Lebanon Pike at Fairway Drive. That one involves some injuries this morning. The one that's causing probably the biggest delay is this one in Pleasant. Make that on Talbot's Corner on 24, the eastbound side at exit 44A and B. The Gore is blocked off by it, and there's a big delay behind it as well. And then Pleasant View, 24 westbound past Springfield Ashland City exit. Got an accident there as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
'If you don't have people in this country.
.636 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to welcome on into the program our grassroots political analyst and Matthew Hurt. Always great to have you on, and happy Monday. Matthew, we're talking earlier in the broadcast. We've got Congressman Andy Ogles here, of course, as you know, in the 5th Congressional District, and the possibility that he might be primaried. And we were musing amongst each other whether or not a Donald Trump endorsement would actually help Congressman Ogles. And does Trump endorsements really matter to people these days at the local level, like, for example, here in the state of Tennessee for the 5th? And so our poll, we took the Daily Dan poll, and 52% say that it would matter. No, 52% say it would not matter, and 48% said that it would matter. So I don't know. What do you think? How important is a Trump endorsement these days for local races like the House of Representatives in the 5th?
Dan, I still think that Donald Trump endorsements do play an important role in Republican nominating contest primaries like this hypothetical matchup sometime next year. What it does is it gives other organizations permission to spend on the race. What we're seeing right now in Kentucky with Thomas Massie and the Epstein issue is that Donald Trump has a problem with Congressman Thomas Massie, and he has built up a campaign war chest. Different groups are spending millions of dollars to drive Thomas Massie's numbers into the ground. And we're still far out from the primary in that race. Early next year, but it does, that endorsement brings leverage. It also gives permission for outside groups to spend. And before the break, Dan, you were talking about spending. In Andy's Congressman Ogles' last two races, he raised about $1 million all the way through from beginning to end. And looking at the FEC disclosure reports this morning, so from the beginning of this year to end of June, Congressman Ogles has raised about $93,000. So we're looking at less than 10% of what he raised in both of his previous two races, and what that allows prospective candidates to do. Let's say somebody's living in the district and they want to run. If Congressman Ogles doesn't raise, $250,000, $250,000, by the end of this quarter, the end of the year, people start saying, there's an opportunity. What contributions is he not receiving? What groups are not spending in the race? And then, more broadly, Congressman Ogles going on offense against these, you call them biddies, I call them Grand Tifa. These people
I call them the Biddy Brigade. You call them Grand Tifa. Very nice.
Grand Tifa. And I think in a district like this that Congressman Ogles represents, that plays well. Yes. We already know, and you and I have talked about for the last several weeks, these agitators are showing up. They are the ones who are interested in what's going on because they're opposed. Orange Man is bad. And so they are enthused to go out and do these events and show up at events like this. And I think for a congressman like Andy Ogles to go on offense and to know he's being filmed and recorded.
Well, he posted that himself.
Oh yeah. I'm not surprised at all. It would not play well in Northern Virginia where I live, but it certainly plays well in a district like that.
Well, as a conservative, I get tired of these groups doing what they do. And it is nice to show, as I've talked about it before, muscular conservatism where we are fighting back against these types of groups. I love that, even if it means that you're wading into the mass of humanity that is Grand Tifa or Trans Tifa or these groups that show up. And you're right. I think that it played well with me, and I've been a critic of Congressman Ogles. But, you know, based on what you know about Congressman Ogles, just talking about the 5th congressional district itself, I mean, do you believe that he is vulnerable? I mean, he's already been in a couple of different cycles now. And I mean, he ultimately, even though I think that there's a lot of people that don't like the congressman, it also seems like he's getting voted back in. Do you think that he would be vulnerable in a primary? I mean, obviously, it depends on who it would be that would be running against him.
Let's take the general first. In 2024, Andy Ogles won with 205,000 votes out of a total of about 348,000 votes cast. So 11 Grand Tifa at an event are not going to have an impact on the general election. And 11 Grand Tifa at an event are not going to have an impact on a primary. And this is, you know, I know Congressman Ogles. I've seen his work for the better part of a decade and a half from Tennessee, and don't have an opinion in this race. But a congressman at this point, an incumbent congressman, should be looking at fundraising, should be looking at what are the outside groups that can weigh in here, where is my support going to come from, and particularly for members of the House of Representatives, when they are in Washington, when they aren't taking votes, they are often at what we call the NRCC, the National Republican Congressional Committee, on the phones raising money. And from FEC disclosure forms, it doesn't look like that is happening. But that doesn't mean that he's particularly vulnerable to a primary challenge. We've seen there are a number of congressional districts in Middle Tennessee, this is one of them, where if 5 or 6 or 7 people wade into the race, anytime, let me just put it to next year. If Congressman Ogles is 1-on-1 against a challenger, that could be problematic. If 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 people wade into the race, Congressman Ogles will handily win re-election or will handily win the nomination. What is the problem is when you get an incumbent who has one strong challenger who has support from a variety of constituencies and interest groups.
Well, you saw what's going on in New York, where you've got, of course, Mamdani is running, and then you've got a couple of people. You got Curtis Sliwa, you've got Cuomo, and you've got one other person, a couple of independents and a Republican, and Eric Adams. And so word is that the Trump administration was considering giving Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa positions within the Trump administration so that it would be basically, you know, Cuomo versus Mamdani. And if you consolidate all of that independent support for Eric Adams and Cuomo and also Sliwa, then that would mean that Cuomo would get all of that independent support and beat Mamdani. So what do you think is going to happen in that New York race? I mean, do you really think that this socialist or communist has an actual possibility that he's going to win?
So if I'm a Republican in New York City, and there are Republicans in New York City, I can't in good conscience vote for Curtis Sliwa if I want to beat Zoran Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo is the best alternative. And so, you know, these two options.
Explain, though, why. I know why, but explain to folks why it is in good conscience as a Republican that you can't vote for Curtis Sliwa. Because I think I want to make sure people understand your nuance and what you're saying. So I'm going to talk to you about that coming up next. I got to do a real quick check on the traffic, though, right now on WTN. As far as weather for today, sunny and great day to be outside. High of 80, going to feel like 83. Getting down tonight to a low of the 50s, lower 50s on Super Talk 99.7. Matthew Hurt joining us. So if you're a Republican You're in New York City, mayoral race coming up. Why can't you, in good conscience, vote for Curtis Sliwa?
So in the 2021 mayor's race in New York City, 1.1 million people voted, and Curtis Sliwa, who was the Republican and independent candidate for mayor, they can run on multiple ballot lines, he got 27.76% of the vote, 312,000 votes, to Eric Adams' 753,000. If I were a Republican voter and I knew that I was part of a block of 312,000 voters, I would have to throw my support to a non-Mondami candidate, knowing that some Democrats are going to find Mondami untenable. And so you just hope that enough Democrats cross over with you to support, say, Cuomo in this instance. So it's a mathematics game.
It's like political pragmatism.
It is political pragmatism. I wouldn't advise it anywhere else in any other kind of race. But in this place, you know, where I live in Arlington, the Democratic primary is essentially the general election. I cannot, as the chairman of a local Republican committee, tell my members to go vote in a Democratic primary. But the political reality is that the Democratic primary is the general election. And so some of them do. And this is a very similar thing where Republicans, and I'm grateful that Curtis Sliwa is running, and I think we should have conservatives and Republicans on the ballot everywhere. But in this situation, it is an everybody but Mondami, and all of those people are siphoning votes away from a credible alternative that would be palatable to both Republicans and to Democrats who are looking for somebody else who isn't Mondami.
647, Nashville's Morning News. Matthew Hurt is our grassroots political analyst. Matthew, I know that you've seen this. The horrific murder of that Ukrainian woman in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was on one of these light rail trains. It is all over the place. And I did a deep dive on this in the 5 o'clock hour for people that missed it. Basically, this guy was out on, he was free. He should have been in prison. He was out. They let him out. No bail. They just let him out. Soft on crime policies. He's got a long track record of crime. And this woman, she came here from Ukraine seeking, obviously, a better life. And this guy, unprovoked, just decided to stab her in the neck. Horrible, horrible story. But I got to ask this question, because I think that from and I hate to do this, but I mean, from a political standpoint, it just seems like the Democrats, day after day, we are seeing these stories where we are seeing the results of their soft on crime policies. There are some Republicans that are being criticized for trying to, and I'm air quoting here, politicize the Ukrainian woman's death. But the reality is that calling attention, bringing attention to the soft on crime policies of the Democrats and what they lead to, that's not politicizing a woman's death. That's trying to save the lives of future victims.
The left politicizes any instance of a law enforcement officer doing anything. This is the entire, quote-unquote, summer of love from 2020 was built around that. I think what we have here is there is about 10 to 15% of the incarcerated population, of the total people who have been in jail, will go to jail, who are very likely just unable to function in a polite society. And so the question is, what do we do with those individuals? This gentleman was in and out of jail, in and out of prison 11 or 12 or 13 or 14 times, clearly a threat to others in a polite society. This is completely a resolvable matter. And for Republicans to raise awareness, look, this has not been on NPR. It has not been on MSNBC. And people
New York Times, Washington Post, ABC, CBS, NBC, nobody covered it.
Nobody. And these are the practical results of a soft on crime policy in cities where sheriffs and police chiefs and mayors, most of whom are Democrats in many of these cities, are solely responsible for the failed policies that lead to events like the tragic woman's death in Charlotte.
Can we talk about the economy real quick? I know that you're not a big fan of tariffs, and Scott Bessent was on all the shows over the weekend talking about how the big, beautiful bill, the tax breaks there, they have not baked into the economy as of yet. He also spoke, of course, about the amount of revenue the tariffs are bringing into America, into the Treasury Department. And by and large, I mean, Scott Bessent and Donald Trump, Trump has said we're going to have to take a step or two backwards before we got to move forward. I know that you have been not necessarily the biggest fan on the tariffs. So how are you feeling right now about the economy? And do you think this will play a big part, depending on what happens in the next year or so? But how do you think this is going to play in the midterm elections? A long way away.
Well, I checked my Robinhood account yesterday, the investment account on my phone, and there's a couple of stocks that are skyrocketing right now because I think they think the Fed is going to do something with this interest rates. Again, this is not investment advice, but I think right now, a snapshot here, things are okay. But what is it going to look like in 12, 13 months? We don't know. And these are week by week matters. This is, what happens on the first of the month when I pay my mortgage? What happens when I go to fill up the tank? And we won't know anything about that until August or September of next year.
Yeah. And I've said this all along. My opinion on the tariffs and everything Donald Trump is trying to do, my opinion has always been, we've never tried this before. So we need to just see what happens. Somebody tried to corner me the other night and started attacking me on Trump's economy. And I said, here's what I know. What I know is that Joe Biden's economy was an absolute train wreck with inflation up over 9%. And I went through, all of the spending bills and everything that Joe Biden did to train wreck the economy, including suppressing wages of Americans by bringing in, millions of illegal aliens. So that we know what Joe Biden's economy did. In my opinion, we don't know what is going to happen with what Trump is trying to do because we've never tried this before. So I think that maybe in another year, obviously, we will have a better indication. But, I mean, if you look at the tea leaves now, Matthew Hurt, how do you think the midterm elections are going to go?
You're right about that, and it's a wait and see. I think that you're right that we haven't done something like this. And who knows? There are economists on all sides who make predictions. Many are right, many are wrong. But I think if we're looking at a generic Republican ballot next year, it looks pretty good for Republicans to hold the House and Senate.
You think J.D. Vance is being primed for a White House run? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, he was on with Laura Trump last night on Fox News. Great interview. But I'm noticing that Marco Rubio, nose to the grindstone, really working hard, but he's not out there like J.D. Vance is. I mean, it is clear that Donald Trump and the White House and the Republicans are putting J.D. Vance front and center for 2028. Do you think that there's going to be any serious challengers to J.D. Vance when he decides to run in a Republican primary for the White House?
Dan, it is way too early to tell.
Oh, come on, man.
Maybe next week.
All right, fine. Matthew Hurt, how can people find you on the socials?
I'm on X at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHurtt. All
right, thank you, Matthew. It is couldn't get him to comment on that, but that's fine. It is 6:53. I mean, honestly, if you're Joan, if you're a Republican,
yeah,
right. If you're a Republican and you see that, clearly J.D. Vance is being primed, for a run for the White House. The only people I see maybe running against him are maybe like a Chris Christie or Mitt Romney type. Do you know what I mean?
And that'll never fly.
And well, God.
No. It'll never fly. I mean, people have been so just overwhelmed, I think, with the gratitude of the pace of changes that Trump is making and the wins.
Right.
You're never going to get any of that with
There's been a lot of wins. The president has been very aggressive. And I do get that the economy will be a very big thing, but you've got to balance. I know, I got to wrap up. But I think the economy, we'll have to wait and see what happens with the economy, but we're going to have to balance out all of these other wins with the economy and how big of a deal will the economy be in the next year. All right, 6:54, and Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, well, what's happening this week as President Trump cracks down on crime in big cities around the country? And what exactly does Nashville's mayor have to say about it? That's coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, by the way, coming up, my favorite Trump moment over the weekend when he told the reporter, be quiet.
I know.
I love that. That and a whole lot more straight ahead. Oh, and by the way, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, boy, did he step in it. that story for you as well. Dan Med is here for USS, United Structural Systems. Listen, I've been telling you for years about USS. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. This is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you're a satisfied customer. Now, they can help you with all kinds of things: basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and yes, foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Dan Mendes here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. It is the Busy Bee Best Prices of the Year event. It is going on right now, and the savings, as they say, are buzzing. Refer your neighbor, and both of you get a $50 credit when you schedule HVAC maintenance. You can celebrate National Grandparent Day all month long. If you are a Beehive member, then you can gift a free Beehive membership to one set of grandparents. It is just our way of honoring family at Busy Bee. If you need a new HVAC unit, get a free 5-year labor warranty with every single purchase. Now, they've also got plumbing deals, $500 off water and drain repipes, $300 off tanked to tankless water heaters, and now up to $1,500 off water filtration systems for plumbing service. Now, here's the big one. With any heat repair or scheduled maintenance, you'll get a free dryer vent cleaning as well. That's huge. That's right. Protect your home and breathe easier on us at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them at 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The federal crackdown on violent crime is spreading to more Democrat-led cities. ICE agents are now on the move in Boston, and Chicago could see some influx of National Guard troops now as President Trump vows to clean up that city. ABC's Selena Wang.
Press the president on why he's targeting Democratic strongholds like Boston and Chicago.
Mr. President, why target Chicago and Boston when there are cities in red states with higher crime rates?
Yeah. Really higher than Chicago?
There are, like Memphis and St. Louis.
Excuse me. You know how many people were killed in Chicago last weekend? 8. You think there's worse than that? I don't think so.
And in fact, 4 people were shot to death over this past weekend in Chicago. South Korea chartered an airplane. It may take even more than one to bring back the 500 South Koreans who are here illegally. And they were busted working at a construction site at a Hyundai plant.
Officials are characterizing this in the U.S. as the largest single-site enforcement operation in the history of Homeland Security operations. The president has also been asked whether or not his immigration deportation agenda clashes with his economic goals. The president simply saying that those who are here illegally
and 20 other countries. An elderly Madisonville woman is recovering at the University of Tennessee Medical Center after being attacked by a pack of dogs. Sheriff Tommy Jones saying deputies found that 71-year-old woman lying on the porch of her home with severe wounds. Neighbors were able to chase the pack of 10 to 15 pit bull mixed dogs away. 4 neighbors have been arrested. They are facing felony charges. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures this morning pointing higher. The Dow futures are plus 66. NASDAQ futures gaining 90 right now. The S&P 500 futures, they're up 14 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Westbound 24 in Glencliff, you've got an accident before Briley Parkway, exit 54. Another one that blocks the left lane in Brentwood on 65 southbound side before Old Hickory Boulevard South. And then in Talbot's Corner, watch it on 65 southbound before Trinity Lane. A crash there taking out the left shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, Sam, Chris Hand, if you're listening, I want to do something very special in the 8:35. It's going to be like an after-school special, like we used to watch as kids. Sam, that's before your time. So I want to do it 8:35 because, and I said this in the 5 o'clock hour, the news sucks today. Like it just does. So I want to try something. I want to know what is the kindest random act of kindness that has ever been done to you? Has somebody ever just randomly done something for you and it made your day? It changed your perspective that day. It helped you get through the day. I want you to think about it. And at 8:36, we're going to open up the phone lines and Joan is going to tell hers. I'm hoping that somebody has actually been nice to Chris. And Sam, if you've got one, would love to hear yours. And I also want to hear from you folks. But you have to participate in this at 8:35. So think about it, and we're going to open up. And I'm going to try to leave a little bit of room so that we can have a little bit more time coming up at 8:35. So have your stories ready. Now, do you know who really needs a random act of kindness right now, Joan? House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Yeah, yeah.
Good Lord. So if you didn't hear it, this is Mike Johnson. It's on video, too, if you're watching on YouTube. This is the House Speaker Mike Johnson. This was last week talking about Donald Trump.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff.
Wait, what did he say? Let's go back a few seconds and pick up what Mike Johnson said.
He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to...
He was an FBI informant. House Speaker Mike Johnson saying that Donald Trump was an FBI informant related to Jeffrey Epstein.
Take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this.
Do you think that he was speaking awfully fast there? Like, I don't know if he was on like some sort of Elon Musk drug or what, Mike Johnson? But I mean, he was going really fast and he just dropped it in there that he was an FBI informant. Now, there have been rumors about Donald Trump being an official FBI informant. I don't know if he was or not. We do know that he did cooperate with the investigation, but that continued to blow up the internet over the weekend. And now, Wall Street Journal and other places reporting that House Speaker Mike Johnson is now saying, never mind. And I am trying to figure out if he misspoke or did he speak too much truth. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Donald Trump was indeed an FBI informant, but he doesn't want people to know about it. Maybe that's some sort of big dark secret in the world of Trump, that he was an FBI informant when it came to the Jeffrey Epstein case. I find that really, really interesting. So for the president, I think somebody told Mike Johnson, you really need to walk that back. And I think now that he is trying to walk that back. And I think for Johnson, he just really stepped in it. He did. And people were going crazy over the weekend. The women themselves, by the way, in case you don't remember, the women themselves said last week, and I played you the audio and showed you the video, they have come out and they have said, no, Donald Trump did not do anything untoward with those women. And of course, it is always going to be my intent to play this piece of audio, this video, where Bradley Edwards, the lawyer for the plaintiffs against Jeffrey Epstein, he said, I know you've seen and heard this many times from at least me and Chris Hand, where this guy said, yeah, Donald Trump was the one guy to help us.
Nothing at all. The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him. That was in 2009.
Yeah, I love that. And that was in, I think he said 2009. So that is, again, not to belabor the point, but that is the lawyer for the plaintiffs. And so you know what I wonder? I wonder if Speaker Johnson, when he said that President Trump was an informant for the FBI, did he misconstrue that comment from the Epstein plaintiff lawyer as being an FBI informant? I mean, again, I don't know. You usually hear with the speaker, you usually hear him, he's usually a little more deliberative in the way that he speaks. And in the audio and video that I played for you just moments ago, he was like rapid firing. I mean, I would never suggest that Johnson was on coke, but I mean, he sounded like he was just on a lot of Red Bulls. Let's just say that. So now the question is, what is going on? So Johnson has walked that back. And I don't know that anybody with any kind of credibility has said that Trump is an FBI informant, but the rumors have been out there.
Well, according to the procedures of things, the Department of Justice would oversee that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm certain that if there was any credibility to that notion, we would have learned about it during the Biden administration when he had total control of the DOJ that was weaponized against Trump.
I don't think, well, okay, so I'm going to push back a little bit on you, Sam, because if Trump was an FBI informant against Epstein, that would make Trump look good. So they would have buried that, right?
Or it makes it look like he was in cahoots and is trying to tell on him first, which would make him look worse. I think it's more so the speaker was rambling and ranting,
right,
and misassociated Epstein with Trump.
Maybe that too. Maybe that's true. He was going pretty fast. That was not in his usual nature for Mike Johnson, the rapidity of his speech. Anyway, moving right along. So we're supposed to find out here in the next day or two whether or not there's going to be a vote on this discharge petition. Democrat Ro Khanna was on with George Stephanopoulos over the weekend, going to play some of that audio coming up. It is coming up on 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Hendersonville, Vietnam Veterans Boulevard and eastbound past Gallatin Pike, we've got an accident. Traffic is getting by on the shoulder. Glen Cliff, Parkway South reports an accident. And Brentwood, 65 southbound before Old Hickory Boulevard South, accident in the left lane. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as weather for today, it's going to be really nice. A high of 80, feeling like 83, getting down to the lower 50s tonight. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the Epstein story continues to percolate in the news. It looks like there might be the votes in the House to force the release of the Epstein files with this discharge petition. That petition will force a House vote on the files release. Democrat Ro Khanna was on with George Stephanopoulos over the weekend, and this is part. He and Thomas Massey were on with George Stephanopoulos. This is part of what they said.
Congressman Khanna, the effort to pick up Republican signatures appears to have stalled for right now. Are you still confident you have the 218 votes needed to force a vote on this discharge petition?
We have the 218 votes. 216 already support it. There are two vacancies that haven't been reported as much, but two Democrats are going to be joining, and they are both committed to signing it. That's going to happen by the end of September. But I want to just say this is not a political issue. This has nothing to do with Donald Trump. This is a moral issue. It's about standing with survivors. It's about protecting children.
Suddenly, it's a moral issue. After years, the Democrats had nothing to say about this, but suddenly now they have somehow been able to find their morality. Got it.
I admire Congressman Massey's courage. I admire Nancy Mace's courage, Marjorie Taylor Greene's courage, Lauren Boebert's courage. They are standing with survivors. We have the votes. Let's get a vote this month and get the files released.
So we'll have to see what happens. But, you know, for me, I'm watching this whole thing take place. And I'm sorry, but I am just a wee bit skeptical. We'll have to, again, see what happens. Not sure, by the way, if it gets to the Senate Majority Leader John Thune, he might end up blocking the legislation. And the other thing, and I've mentioned this before, the other thing to remember is that if the Justice Department gets this order from Congress, that doesn't necessarily mean that they have to release it. I mean, they can slow walk it. They can do, any number of things. They can heavily redact it as well. So this is just one of those things where we'll have to sit back and see what happens. Now, you hear what Rosie O'Donnell said over the weekend? OMG and LOL. You know, I guess I could have called this segment like all these people that have stepped in it. She actually said, Rosie O'Donnell actually said that Donald Trump paid Jeffrey Epstein $1 billion when all of this was going on. Now, Sam, Joan, I don't know about you two. I followed this kind of sort of close over the years, but I've never heard that Donald Trump paid Jeffrey Epstein $1 billion as all of this was going on. But she was on with Jim Acosta, and they were just, the Trump derangement syndrome was on full display.
One person standing in the way of us all figuring out why his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files. We still don't know why his name appears multiple times in the Epstein files.
We do know why,
It's
Jim.
Donald Trump.
We all know why.
Yeah.
You have to know why. Why else do you think he paid $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein over the time of their friendship? $1 billion. He wrote in his birthday book, "Here's to all the secrets."
Wonderful secrets.
Come on. If this was an Angela Lansbury murder she wrote, people would be, it's too obvious.
We figured it out.
So obvious that he is guilty as sin.
So the funny thing is,
Well,
of
who was
course,
she talking to?
Jim Acosta. Now, and here's again, the TDS was all over the place.
Yeah.
But where is Jim Acosta? You know, CNN used to always talk about Donald Trump, and they whatever Donald Trump would say, they would always accompany it with no evidence, right? The election was stolen, Donald Trump says, with no evidence. So where is Jim Acosta? Of course, he's no longer with CNN, right? So where is the with no evidence? Because Rosie O'Donnell did not provide any evidence to any of those accusations.
Well, and Acosta is about, he's walking a very fine line of stepping in it himself with this notion of the birthday card yet to be verified.
Yep.
And promoting it as if to enable Rosie O'Donnell's point. If I'm Trump, the famous three-letter word, gonna get sued.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, Sam, because you know who heard all of that? One Alan Dershowitz.
Could she be sued? I know he's a public figure, so the rules are kind of different here, but what are your thoughts?
Of course she could be sued. There was malice there, and I would be happy to help sue Rosie O'Donnell.
Did you hear what he said?
There's malice there.
So one of the greatest, love or hate Alan Dershowitz, one of the greatest constitutional attorneys of our time, is now saying that he will help Donald Trump if he wants to sue Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, my goodness gracious. I love this.
Could she be sued? I know he's a public figure, so the rules are kind of different here, but what are your thoughts?
Of course she could be sued. There was malice there, and I would be happy to help sue Rosie O'Donnell. She is a despicable liar and defamer of people, and she shouldn't be allowed to get away with it. You know, she's now moved out of the country. She hates America. She hates American politicians. And she ought to be sued. I hope she is sued. And I volunteer pro bono to help out.
He's offering to sue Rosie O'Donnell, working with Donald Trump, for free. That's how much Alan Dershowitz, one of the greatest constitutional attorneys of our time, and he's willing to go after Rosie O'Donnell. And by the way, the next question is, well, how much do you think that she could be sued for?
Anybody who wants to sue Rosie O'Donnell on behalf of the president. Rosie O'Donnell is not above the law, and the president's not below the law. He has the right to sue for defamation if he can demonstrate malice. And I think the malice in this case is very clear.
How much would you sue her for?
Everything she's worth. I don't know what she's worth now, but certainly several $100 million. The president's reputation is at stake. He didn't pay $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein. I was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer. I know about the relationship between Trump and Epstein. It ended early on in time. Trump, I've seen many of the records. There's nothing to inculpate Trump in any way. And she just is lying through her teeth because she hates Donald Trump. So she's willing to make up stories. That's not what the First Amendment was designed to protect.
All right. By the way, Joan, can you guess how much it's estimated that Rosie O'Donnell is worth?
Okay, she's what, $10 million.
Ooh, Joan.
All right. Well, Sam knows.
Between 80 and 100 million.
I was shocked.
Wow.
That Rosie O'Donnell is worth between 80 and 100 million dollars. I mean, she hasn't really done anything lately. I mean, ever since she became just this angry whatever you want to call her. She's not a comedian, clearly. And she hasn't done anything in forever. I know she was on The View for a long time, but $80 to $100 million. So I think that if Trump and Alan Dershowitz wanted to go after Rosie O'Donnell and try to take her for everything, then I think that that'd be a nice, tidy little sum to go to maybe a Donald Trump presidential library somewhere. And then they could have a wing. Oh, my goodness gracious. So do you know what you do? You have a wing of the Donald Trump Presidential Library, maybe just a corner, dedicated to Donald Trump's battles with Rosie O'Donnell. And it's paid for with the money that he gets from Rosie O'Donnell from the lawsuit. Listen, I'm just saying, I think that'd be awesome. It is 7:23, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news at 7:30. Hey, Joan.
Yeah, all eyes on a federal trial that begins today that we're all going to be watching. Also, the dad at the center of the Phillies baseball controversy, he's speaking out. We've got what he is saying about that coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Talk TV.
Dan Mandis here, 723. Synergen X and Low T Center have been changing the lives of men across the country for over a decade. And it's not just talk, it's true. Now, what do? I'm telling you guys, if you've been thinking about testosterone, or if you've noticed that you're getting older, you're more tired, not motivated to do anything, it's not just aging, it is a physical and mental change to your body. Testosterone therapy can actually help, and Synergen X and Low T Center, TRT, they can help you do better at work, love, and the gym as well. Synergen X and Low T Center have clinics conveniently located across town, and you have the power to choose if you want to be treated in the clinic or if you want to receive at-home treatment. But either way, it all starts with a quick test at the center. So find out more to get started. Find them online. It is lowtcenter.com. What are you waiting for? Guys, just imagine how much better you'll feel when you take back your health, restore your energy, and get on with the rest of your life. Book your appointment now at fixmylowt.com. You'll be wishing that you did it sooner. Fixmylowt.com.
Good morning, now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The federal trial for Ryan Ruth begins today. He's the man charged with trying to assassinate President Trump as he played golf in Florida a year ago in September. ABC's Aaron Katursky.
When we interviewed the suspect's family, they said, and investigators heard the same, he had no diagnosed mental illness, but they said he fixated on things. And over the course of his life, he's moved around. He's lived in North Carolina. He's lived in Hawaii. He's claimed he went to fight in Ukraine, where he gave an interview to Newsweek.
Now, Ruth is representing himself in this trial. He's made some pretty bizarre requests of the judge, too, asking for female strippers to be allowed into his jail cell and for a putting green as well. Experts say he's attempting to paint himself as insane. In Nashville, Mayor Freddie O'Connell denies that Nashville crime rates warrant the deployment of National Guard troops.
We have not requested them. Chief Drake has not requested them. Our Metro Nashville Police Department has not requested their presence. We are continuing to make progress in year-over-year reductions in crime. We're going to continue to focus on those local efforts with trusted community partners.
Now, Mayor O'Connell says the city is looking to hire a so-called director of crime prevention and reduction. That plan has been on the table, though, for months. The dad at the center of the Phillies baseball controversy speaking out now. His name is Drew Feltwell, and he says he picked up that ball that landed in the stands and gave it to his son for his birthday. And that's when an irate woman confronted him.
All I could think was make her go away. And instead of turning my back and dealing with more of that, I gave her back the ball just to get her to go away and explain to my son that that's how you de-escalate a situation.
The Phillies player who hit that home run ball, Harrison Bader, he gave the boy a signed ball after the incident. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Hey, by the way, I'm not correcting you, Joan.
Yeah.
I'm going to correct, what's the dude's name? Feltwell?
Feltwell.
Feltwell.
Yeah.
Of course. Well, I don't think he felt very well when he had to deal with that Philly Karen. So, but I want to correct his vernacular. He said, give her back the ball. That would give kind of an indication that she had the ball first.
In the first place.
She didn't have the ball.
He picked it up off the stands because that's where it landed.
And all is fair in love, war, and going after baseballs at a baseball stadium.
Yes, sir.
So, and I already said my piece on this whole thing earlier. I think that dad showed weakness, and he should not have given in to the bully. And that's what he taught his son, to give in to the bully. Should we, you want to do a Daily Dan poll? Let's change the Daily Dan poll real quickly. Should the dad have given the ball back to the bully? You figure it out. And yeah, we all agree that Philly Karen looks like Elizabeth Warren. And I bet you, do you think that, who do you think is more insufferable, Joan? Elizabeth Warren or Philly Karen? Let's go to the phones.
Well, I think they have equal parts.
Equal? They're probably equally as insufferable?
You know what I want to know, though? I want to know if people think that the father was teaching his son a very good thing about de-escalation of a situation, or if they think he's weak.
So why don't we?
What do you think about that?
Yeah. Hey, Sam, let's work with Joan on the wording. Was he de-escalating the situation, or was he teaching his son weakness? Because I thought he taught his son weakness myself. You don't give in to just because somebody's walking up to you and yelling at you
in your face,
pointing her little finger at you and stuff. No, that you don't tolerate that. All right, I got to go. 7:34. You know what I've learned about Sam, Joan?
He yells at the wheel.
He yells at me with hand gestures. That's what he does. Anyway, Dan here. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Super Center. Love these folks. A lot of you people do too. The nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You can get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Super Center does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available at 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com.
Got some delays this morning on 24, the westbound lanes. There's an accident in Laverne just before Waldron Road, exit 64. Traveling in Franklin, 840 eastbound past 65. There is an accident as well. 65 southbound in Brentwood before Old Hickory Boulevard. You've got an accident. Then another one in Talbot's Corner on 65 south before Trinity Lane. And Hendersonville, it's Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, eastbound past Gallatin Pike. There is a crash that takes out the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That I made, the one that keeps on giving. Stacking Benjamins. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Latest on Trump going into Chicago straight ahead. Dan here talking about my friends at the Glock store. It is no secret I am a big 2A supporter. I own guns, I carry guns, but owning and carrying is just not enough. You've got to be trained to learn how to use them. And training is more than just renting a lane. And trust me when I say I know, because I did all my training at the Glock store. Now, once you learn to hold your breath, squeeze the trigger until it goes bang, and put a hole in the piece of paper, you've done all you're ever going to do in a lane range. And if you do it 50, 500, even 5,000 times, you're just doing the same thing over and over again. And I'm here to tell you that is not training. Training is what you get at the Glock store. In their Shoot 270 indoor rooms, this is personalized training from accomplished instructors, engaging multiple targets at varying distances, drawing from concealment again and again until you no longer have to think about how, but when. Owning a gun, friends, is a responsibility. Learning how to use it is a necessity, and you can do it with the Glock store. Knowing where to train is easy. It is the Glock store. Now go to shoot270.com, make an appointment, fill out the waiver, and let the training begin. I trained at the Glock store. I loved it. Shoot 270 indoor ranges only at the Glock store. Find them online, glockstore.com, shoot270.com, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 7:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7, and good morning to you. Most people, Joan, on the Super Text line at 615-737-9986 agree with me that the dad showed weakness towards Philly Karen. I almost said Philly Joan. 7381 says the dad is a candy A. Another one, 9053, says the father showed his son that he's not willing to stand up for what's right. 9653, though, said, I think the father was right. It's not worth it over a baseball. It's not about the baseball. But thank you, 9653, for chiming into the super text line. So what are people saying, Sam, on the Daily Dan poll? If you watch us on YouTube, watch us anywhere, by the way, but watch us on YouTube, and you can take the Daily Dan poll. And we changed the poll, and now the poll is
86% say that it was weakness to give the ball back.
Wow.
Okay, so 86% of the Super Talk audience listening right now that he gave in to the bully. That's what he showed his son, that he gave in to the bully. So, and I wholeheartedly agree. Now, if you're watching us on Super Talk TV, you can see, and I'm going to describe it for you, though. Did you see the Truth Social post where it's Donald Trump? Donald Trump posted this, and it's a very bad A-looking Donald Trump, and it says, I love the smell of deportations in the morning.
This
Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War, and he's got 3 little helicopter emojis, and then it says, Chipocalypse now, like apocalypse now,
Yeah.
but Chicago. Chipocalypse now.
This sent them on the edge.
Oh, my
like
Lord.
right over the edge.
Way over the edge.
Yeah.
And, he does this on purpose. I mean, he does. Yes. He does this on purpose. But it did send everybody over the edge. And so one of the things that a lot of folks then started asking is, oh, my goodness, are you about to go to war with Chicago? I've got some great audio of President Trump talking to a reporter about just this. And I'm going to get to that audio here in just a second. But, Joan, real quick, you said that ICE is now in Boston this morning.
Yes.
Okay, so ICE is in Boston. No word yet on what is happening in Chicago.
Yes. ICE raids unfold in Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
my parents are literally there.
Are they?
Are they?
Yeah, they went up to Cape Cod over the weekend.
Oh, all right.
So I'll get more on this and figure out what exactly they're doing there. I'll have that coming up at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
8 o'clock? 8 o'clock, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the media takes it, runs with it, and reporters ask Donald Trump if he's getting ready to take over Chicago, go to war with Chicago based on the vernacular of Donald Trump's photo that he posted on Truth Social. So President Trump then is taking questions outside of the White House, and a reporter asked him if he's getting ready to go to war with Chicago, and here's how that interaction went. It didn't go well for the reporter.
That's fake news. When you say that, darling, that's fake news.
Well, why
I don't go to war. Listen, be quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never listen. That's why you're second rate. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up our cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. That's common sense.
I love that. He tells her to be quiet. He calls her second rate. But here's the deal. Can I just say this? At the risk of upsetting my Donald Trump supporting friends, and I am a Donald Trump supporter, but he did basically say with that post on Truth Social that he was going to go to war with Chicago. That's what he said. Now, for the media to just hyperventilate over that, I think is just silly because do you know what it is? It's that the media doesn't quite know how to handle Donald Trump. After all this time, they take him literally when he's just, you would think at this point that they would know that the president is trolling them and trolling Pritzker, Governor Pritzker, and trolling, let's go, Brandon Johnson, and all the people there in Chicago. And I think that for Donald Trump, he's just having fun. I think that at this point, he is just having fun. But I do like, and I'm going to play this audio one more time, I do like how he puts this reporter in her place.
That's fake news. When you say that, darling, that's fake news.
Well, why would
I don't
the
go to
Department
war.
of Defense?
Listen, be quiet. Listen. You don't listen. You never listen. That's why you're second rate. We're not going.
Joan, do you know who he was talking to? As Super Texters, do you know who he was talking to when he said that is why you're second rate? Because I don't know who the reporter was, but I'm actually kind of curious if it really was one of our many second-rate White House reporters.
Did he also say?
He called her darling.
He called her darling.
Yeah,
okay.
Which is enough to send a White House reporter over the edge.
It was great. This is NBC's Yamiche Elsandor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Was it Yamiche?
Yeah.
She is hardcore leftist.
And he's not wrong. She is second rate.
That's why you're second rate, darling.
Yeah. So Pritzker's response to this, apparently he hopped on X. Donald Trump isn't a strong man. He's a scared man. Illinois won't be intimidated by a wannabe dictator. He says it's not a joke. It's not normal for a president to act this way. Well, it's because you have someone that's not bought and sold by the pharmaceutical companies on the lobbyists in office for the first time in who knows how long.
Mm-hmm.
Just being a dude.
Who, Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. And he's, listen, everybody knows what Donald Trump is doing. Anybody who has covered Donald Trump honestly for years knows exactly what he's doing. He's trying to mess with the enemy. That's what he's doing. And that's all fine. I personally love what Donald Trump is doing. By the way, meantime, I got to play that. All right, 7:45 on WTN. I've got some great audio from one of their protests in Chicago because, they're protesting. If it wasn't for protesting, they would have nothing to do in Chicago, right? So I've got some great audio of some protests coming up next in Chicago. It is 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN.
Chris texted me, Cape Cod is not Boston.
Stop traffic from 440. Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound.
Fake news.
Accident blocks the right shoulder. Laverne, 24 westbound, an accident before Waldron Road. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather for today, it looks like it's going to be a nice day, high around 80, going to feel like 83, getting down to the lower 50s tonight. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, hey, Joan, I love that Chris, in real time, has fact-checked young Sam here. Chris, his email has sent a text to Sam saying, Cape Cod is not Boston. And Chris would know that Cape Cod is not Boston.
Yes,
so
he
you,
would know.
Sam, are fake news.
You got to get to the Cape somehow. You got to land in Boston. But okay, Mr. Canadian, make your point.
Oh, shots fired.
Chris, Ottawa is not Toronto. Now, just so we're clear, I have no idea what that actually meant. Those are the only two cities in Canada. Canada.
In Canada?
In Canada that I know.
In Connecticut?
Listen, I got Ottawa right, I think.
I think you did too.
But I know I nailed Toronto. That I know. So this was the protesters heard in Chicago.
This administration has waged war on anybody in this country who is a threat to white supremacy.
Did you hear that? So Donald Trump is waging war on anyone who is a threat to white supremacy. That's what they're going with. It's like, no, what Donald Trump is doing is he's trying to protect your life, you nitwit. It's not that hard. Like some of the people that were commenting on this is literally, and we have all been saying this, is that he's getting them to embrace crime. And it's a beautiful sight to see.
As we stand in this moment today fighting for our loved ones, we are also literally standing in a moment where we are fighting about whether justice, equity, and freedom will live or die in this generation.
Whatever. So these people are so just drama.
And
just drama.
Their governor goes on to say, we must defend our democracy from this authoritarianism by protecting each other and protecting Chicago from Donald Trump.
Wow. Which is crazy because they had how many people killed over the weekend? I saw 4 and like another,
members who don't have
15 or 20 people shot. That's what I saw in Chicago over the weekend. It's about that.
It's 4. I looked up the stats this morning.
And Donald Trump told that Yamiche Alcindor, is that what her name is?
Yeah.
That she is second rate. And, so he probably told her facts that she didn't know. And she's a reporter. Tom Homan, by the way, was making the rounds over the weekend. And one of the things that he did was he said that they are going to start arresting even more people in these ICE raids. And do you know what else he said, though? This was on Fox News. Tom Homan said that the people that they're arresting are the exact types of people that you would expect. Criminals other than migrant or immigration crimes. And he's talking about things like, robbery and assault and these kinds of things. 70% of the people that they have arrested are guilty or have been charged with those other than immigration crimes. This was Tom Homan. He was on Fox News, and he had a lot to say.
I looked at the numbers this morning. 70% of everybody ICE arresting is a criminal. The other 30% are gang members who don't have criminal histories, national security threats, we're arresting them by the thousands, and those with final orders. They had due process at great taxpayer expense. A federal judge ordered them removed. They become fugitives. We're looking for them, too. So how do we send that message? We send the message by looking at the numbers again this morning. We got a historic number of prosecutions for 111. That is impediment, assault, interference. So if they cross that line, you throw a stone, you're going to jail. You put hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You make a threat, either online or in person, you're going to jail. And President Trump has made it clear to me over a month ago, zero tolerance. You cross that line and move from a protester to a criminal, zero tolerance. You will be prosecuted. And Pam Bondi has got all the U.S. attorneys across the nations on board. They will not decline these prosecutions. So my warning to them, you can protest all you want. Exercise your First Amendment rights. You cross that line, you're going to jail.
And remember, if they cross that line, then that gives Donald Trump the justification to bring in the National Guard. That is why I believe that he is sending in ICE to let them do what they did in Los Angeles. And again, not to belabor the point, but that means that Trump would legally be justified, perhaps, depends on who you ask, but that would be a legal justification for the president to be able to send in the National Guard. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do in Boston, and we all are awaiting to see what the president does in Chicago. By the way, he's running for the 7th. Matt Van Epps is going to join us at 8:06 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan, what is coming up in the news at 8?
Yeah, we'll tell you about the attack at a bus stop in Jerusalem that happened overnight. Also, what's happening there in Boston? We've got the latest on the ICE raids there. It's coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mattis here from my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen, you can avoid the stress of listing your home on the market and sell your home fast for all cash with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends have both consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as the top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate, they're successful for you. They sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and with the strongest cash offer in the industry. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they've got over 72,000 satisfied clients, and you could be next. Call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, and find out what your guaranteed all-cash offer would be. There's no obligation. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com. That's markspain.com, and start packing. I cannot wait for the Patriot Awards dinner at the City Winery. I'm going to be there, too. Didn't make the promo, apparently, but I'm like Rodney Dangerfield. No respect. So I didn't make it into the promo, but I'm going to be there, too. Nashville City Winery. I've been to, I think, 2 or 3 of these events over the years. And they're incredible events for so many reasons, but you hear about, the incredible story of the folks that are there, the veterans that are there. They have incredible stories of amazing bravery. I think that tomorrow we are going to hear from one of the speakers, and I'm really looking forward to that. So check it out. Of course, it's the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project, the Patriot Awards. Matt Murphy, of course, is going to be there. I'm going to be there as well. I think Matt is broadcasting live his show there from 3 to 7. And I'm going to be there as well. Not broadcasting, but I'm going to be there for the event. Because I love this event. It is a great event, and it does help our veterans. For tickets and table information, find more details. jhp.givesmart.com. jhp.givesmart.com. And again, really looking forward to that. Headline, just very quickly. Students are saying goodbye to the activist-focused colleges and going to colleges, wait for it, in the South. That's right. So your Harvards and, these other highfalutin colleges in the Northeast. This is from the Daily Mail. The Northeast is out and the South is in. In the last 2 decades, the numbers of Northerners that have decided to go to Southern colleges has climbed 84%. And specifically in the last few years, it's gone up 30%. They say that the amount of activism can make college even more stressful than usual. A lot of this is that young adults, they actually, believe it or not, want to focus on their academics. And now they have to, if they want to get like to the library, to the dorm or the bio lab or whatever, the biology lab, they've got to go all the way around campus because of the protests. The University of Miami has seen an 8% increase. Vanderbilt here in Nashville is up as well. And you know how much, by the way, Vanderbilt is every single year? You know how much it is?
$56,000.
$94,000.
Oh, are you kidding me?
That's what they say, $94,000 a year. Obviously, it depends on things. University of Miami is $98,000 a year. Harvard, believe it or not, relatively low, only $86,000 a year. It is 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to watch it, travelers, on 24, the westbound side at 840. It's a stalled out semi truck, and it's in the center lane. So, wow, that's causing a big delay on 24. Chris will be late again today. In the news, the death toll at a bus stop in Israel has risen now to 6 this morning. Palestinian gunmen opening fire as people waited for a bus in Jerusalem. Among those who were wounded, a pregnant woman. The U.S. designated terrorist organization Hamas praising the attack, saying it was carried out by 2 Palestinian militants. Both of them were killed. An immigration enforcement surge is underway in Boston. Here's ABC's Danae Bucci with at least one side of the story.
ICE has been seen in several communities during the surge. Boston Mayor Michelle Wu confirms that a parent was even detained by ICE while walking their child to school recently. This is part of the Trump administration's push in immigration enforcement. Mayor Wu says the city will not participate in any of these efforts, and Congressman Jake Auchincloss says this intervention does not necessarily make residents safer.
However, on the other side of the story, the Trump administration said Boston is breaking federal law by refusing to assist with immigration enforcement. Here in Tennessee, the candidates hoping to fill the 7th congressional district seat vacated by Mark Green will make their case today for why they should be the next person to take the job.
Representatives Bo Mitchell, Afton Bain, Gino Bolso, and Lee Reeves. Now, they're going to be talking about some of their priorities and then explain what they think is impacting Tennesseans and present solutions.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. That matchup is slated to begin at 9 o'clock at the Wonder Center and Museum. Stadium in Dixon. By the way, today is the last day to register to vote for the special election. The primary takes place October 7th. The general election is December 2nd. Now, you can register to vote or even check out the status at govotn.gov. Ascend Amphitheater is getting a leadership change. An affiliate of the Opry Entertainment Group is now investing $12 million in upgrades to both the venue and the adjacent greenway. It's a 10-year deal that ends management by Live Nation. Now, it's not clear if the amphitheater is getting or will retain its name. And ESPN announcing that it'll bring the show College Game Day to Knoxville on Saturday for the matchup between Tennessee and Georgia. This will be the first time College Game Day has been in Knoxville since 2022. The game kicks off at 3:30 on Saturday. Both teams are undefeated. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing up this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, it's that stalled out semi that's in the center lane of 24 westbound in Murfreesboro this morning. It's just before I-840. Watch it. Also in Brentwood, 65 southbound before Old Hickory Boulevard. That's a crash, and the left lane is blocked off, and it's causing delays this morning, both sides of the roadway. Franklin, an accident, 840 eastbound past I-65, exit 31. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We talk news.
8:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan and Sam, I really want to do something special at 8:35.
Okay.
Before we get to Matt Van Epps, who is running for the 7th, I want to, and I've been talking about this today, because the news is kind of terrible today. Like, it really is. I want to know Has anyone ever done a random act of kindness for you? I don't want to know what you've done. I want to know what somebody has done for you. And I've got my example. I think Sam's got his example. Joan's example is that I hired Joan.
Oh, clearly that was the kindest thing.
Yes.
Ever.
Live in poverty. Anyway, moving right along from there. But I want to know from you folks, random acts of kindness. What has someone done for you? And I'm going to actually open up the phone lines at 8:35, and we're going to spend some of the segment hearing what nice things people have done for you. Matt Van Epps is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. And Matt, always great to have you on. It's been a minute, and I want to know from you a number of different things, but how do you think the debate went on Friday? And it was, of course, brought to you by WTN and our friends at Americans for Prosperity. How did you think it went?
Hey, Dan, good morning. Thank you so much for having me on. Let me start by saying, you know, when we talked about 3 months ago, you were the first media that we did, and I was so honored to be on. And I can't tell you how many folks across the district were listening to Dan Mandis in the morning and told me about it. And so that has been tremendous. The debate, we thought the debate went really, really well. Matt and Michael did a tremendous job. I think the questions were great. They were really fair. There were a lot of questions. That was probably the longest debate I think we've done. We've done probably 10 or 12.
If you don't mind me asking, I went to bed like right after 7 because I'd had a long week. But how long did it go?
I think it was right at 2 hours.
Wow.
I think it was right at 2 hours. It was probably I lost. It was probably 12 questions or so. And I thought it was really great. The rules were fair, and there were, having done 10 or 12 of these debates so far, there were a lot of common questions, but there were new questions in this as well, and I really appreciated that. And we liked where we were at from it. We got a lot of positive feedback that night, and then over the weekend as well.
Can you remember what was one of the newer questions that was maybe unique to the debate?
I think there were. There's one on what do you not agree with President Trump on? That's one we have not gotten asked a lot. And then there was one, hey, what do you like about the other candidates? And that was, we had not been asked that before yet either. Those are two top of mind for me.
Was it tough finding something to like about the other guys? I mean, they're all likable. I've met all of them, but Gino Bolso. But I mean, I met all y'all. I said on the air that it doesn't matter who wins it matters, but we win regardless of which of the top four. If one of you wins, you're all really good. Like, we win either way, because I think all of you are great conservatives.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate that, and it was, it wasn't hard to think of something, and we've been interacting with each other quite a bit now, having been at a lot of these events at the same time, and. That was a good question.
Matt, let me ask you this. Are you the only of the top four that were on that stage on Friday? Are you the only one that's not an attorney of those four? I think you are. You're not an attorney, are you?
That's right. I'm not. No, I'm only one that's not an attorney and not a state legislator.
I was going to say, that's the other thing. You're the only one that's not a state legislator, which makes you incredibly unique. Of course, I was going to ask you, you are in the National Guard, and does that make campaigning a little bit more challenging for you because you have to go off and do National Guard things?
It does, but I love doing it. So I did 10 years active duty, and I've been in the National Guard for 10 years now. I was actually in the Kentucky Army National Guard for 2 years, and I've been in the Tennessee Army National Guard for 8 years now. I'm a lieutenant colonel, a deputy brigade commander. My unit's down in Tullahoma, and I absolutely love that aspect of service and wouldn't change that at all. But I do have to take a pause and put the uniform on and do National Guard work. I've got drill coming up this coming weekend, but I've been honored to do it, and it's a great. I think it gives a great perspective. I'm working a lot on domestic support for civil authorities, so earthquake response and those kind of things. I've done that a lot over the last couple of years, and I'm just honored to do it. Put the uniform on once a month and 2 weeks in the summertime.
Would you say that you not being an attorney and you being a member of the National Guard and you not being a state legislator. I mean, do you feel like those are all positives on your resume? It makes you unique?
I do. I think it is a positive as a political outsider, first-time candidate. I think my background and experience in special operations, small business, and state government, still serving in the National Guard, gives a very unique perspective on leadership, boots on the ground leadership, on team building, and execution at a high level. I've taken fire in combat and pushed through. I mean, as a Night Stalker, as a member of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment at Fort Campbell, part of what we say and part of our creed is that we'd rather die than quit. And those are not just words. That is something we lived up to, deployed 8 times to Afghanistan with that unit. And it's that kind of experience and boots on the ground leadership that will help me push through the most difficult times to fight on behalf of our district, our state, and our country.
It is 8:13, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Matt Van Epps is joining us. Matt, coming up, I'm going to ask you some policy questions and also some National Guard kinds of questions. So hold on. Sam, I'm going to go to traffic a little bit early. So if we go to traffic right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sunshine today, a high of 80 degrees, going to feel like 83, going to be down into the lower 50s tonight. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Matt Van Epps is joining us. He is running for the 7th Congressional District and to replace Mark Green. So a couple of questions, just real quick. As far as the National Guard goes, obviously you know that the National Guard has been in the news a lot. And you have any thoughts about Governor Lee, and should he send the National Guard to... I'm sure you've been asked this question a bazillion times, but I haven't asked you, so I'm going to ask you. Sure. Should Governor Lee send the National Guard to Memphis and here in Nashville? What do you think?
Well, I think the last I've heard is the governor said all options are on the table. But I support the president and his actions here in D.C. and as they're thinking about deploying the National Guard. I mean, listen, crime is real. It's terrible. You look at the impact that the National Guard has had working with law enforcement in Washington, D.C. Overall crime is down, carjackings are down, violent crime is down. It's been very successful. And I think as we think about deploying National Guard, I mean, it's from my service in the National Guard, it's a very capable force, very well trained. I'm very proud to be in the National Guard. As we think about that, I think there's 3 kind of guiding principles as I've kind of thought through this problem set, and as I fully support the president in this. And one is that it's targeted, and so it goes after high crime areas, which I think makes a lot of sense. 2 is that it's temporary, where the National Guard goes in for a limited time, works with law enforcement, and gets the mission done, and then redeploys and resets so that we can use that asset again when we need to. And then the last is that it's in partnership with local law enforcement, with county leaders. We now see in D.C. that the mayor's saying, hey, I've changed tunes and saying, love the National Guard being there because of the impact that it's had. And I think that's critical. Some of the first folks that I met with out in the district were sheriffs and chiefs. And I simply asked them, what is it that I can do to help support you as a huge supporter of law enforcement? And that was very helpful to me as I've been thinking through how we best support law enforcement, keep our border secure, but fully support the president in what he's doing in these efforts.
Yeah, one of the big questions, Matt Van Epps is joining us, one of the big questions that a lot of folks have, including yours truly, and I've been asking this. So what happens when you see the National Guard leave? I mean, the worry, of course, like let's say we go into Memphis, just talking here. Let's say we go into Memphis, everybody chills out for like 30 days, but once the National Guard leaves, once that surge is gone, the concern is that you're going to see the crime just simply spike up again because the boots on the ground are no longer there.
Sure, and that's a good question. I think it's that part about partnership. I think partnering with local leaders, with law enforcement, to give them the ability to do what they do so well, and give them a time where the surge goes in, we we arrest and get violent criminals off the street, and hopefully that makes a dent and it makes it easier after that. But that's a real concern.
One of the other big concerns that we have is that there is, especially in these bigger cities where they don't appreciate law enforcement, like a Memphis, like a Chicago, like a Nashville, all these Democrat-run cities. What do you think the answer is to this shortage of law enforcement officers? I mean, you want to be a member of Congress. I mean, is there anything that comes to mind immediately where we can start to refilling those ranks?
Well, I think first and foremost is just it's support for law enforcement. One of the things that I've heard out in the district is that law enforcement now, our chiefs and our sheriffs, they feel like the partnership with the federal government and federal law enforcement and those agencies is just incredible right now. And it's been such a change from 4 years in the Biden administration. And that partnership is so key and critical. And then when we have folks that just support law enforcement and get out and talk about how important it is, and that is just, it's so vital to supporting our first responders. And so I think it's the partnerships, it's the support, and I think we've seen the ICE now. I think has more applicants than they've seen before, and it's on the federal side, it's the same thing with the military. The president has driven our country in such a great direction that recruiting is coming back in the military. Federal law enforcement is an incredible amount of applicants. And that's what happens when we have real boots on the ground leadership in the White House, and the president's doing an incredible job from that. And that's what I want to go and support, fight for our district and our state and our country.
One of the things that we mentioned earlier, you are, of the four that were on that stage the other night, you're the only one that is not a lawyer, an attorney. You did go to West Point. So forgive my ignorance on how West Point works. Clearly, I didn't serve in the military. So what did you study at West Point? Is it like a general degree? What do you study there?
Yeah, so it was a Bachelor of Science, and my major was political science with a focus on international relations. And I did quite a bit of work in the social sciences department when I was there. I was an undergraduate fellow for something called the Center for the Study of the Presidency, that has now become the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and did a bunch of those kind of programs studying terrorism. They stood up the Combating Terrorism Center when I was at West Point. I went in July of 2001, right before 9/11.
Wow.
And Dan, let me just tell you too, that thank you for supporting the Patriot Awards and doing that. That's incredible. It's just so important to veterans and active military and that support. And I greatly appreciate that, especially as we're approaching 9/11, which was a very formative experience for me as a freshman, as a plebe at West Point. We knew that day that we were going to war, and that's what we prepared for that entire time. And I think maybe I shared this story with you before, but I've been talking about it across the district. My class went in, and during a time of peace, we were at about 1,200 cadets. 9/11 happens. In May of 2005, Time Magazine put 3 of my classmates on the cover and called us the class of 9/11. There's normal attrition that happens at West Point. And when we got to May 28, 2005 on our graduation day, we found out that we were graduating with exactly 911 cadets, which is something that gives me goosebumps still today. And our class motto was keeping freedom alive. And that's what we went out to do, is to fight terrorism and defend our country. And a number of my classmates and friends paid the ultimate sacrifice. And it is something that I will never forget. And it's something I will carry with me as we fight on behalf of America and in our district and Congress.
So give me, and I know that you've been asked this question 1,000 times, but give me your top 3 priorities as we wrap this up. Give me your top 3 priorities if you make it into the House.
So the way we're thinking about this is framed in 3 buckets: security, opportunity, and prosperity. Under security, it's keeping the border secure. It's working to deport illegal aliens, but then it's also supporting our local law enforcement. On the opportunity side, we've got to keep taxes low. We've got to get I'm a school choice proponent. We've got to get the power out of Washington and back in the hands of parents. We've got to support kids along the way. We've got to remove woke ideology. We've got to ensure that boys stay in boys' bathrooms and girls stays in girls' bathrooms. On the prosperity side, it's about keeping taxes low, cutting regulations, returning manufacturing to America, reshoring that. It's about unleashing American energy independence through nuclear energy, oil and gas. And it's about supporting our small businesses, our farmers, and our families across the district. And we're going to work across all of those. And I'm so excited to have that opportunity.
Is there going to be another debate that you know of anytime soon? Because I know that a lot of people had a lot of interest in the one that just happened. And I know you said there's been a bunch of these. Do you know when the next one is going to be?
But I'm actually in Dixon right now this morning for a candidate forum. And then there are a couple of others coming up, and I don't remember off the top of my mind, but we do have a couple on the calendar.
All right. Well, listen, if you want to find out more about Matt Van Epps, if you want to donate and all those things, it's mattfortn.com, right? Mattfortn.com?
That's right. That's right.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank
you. Absolutely. Thank you for checking in. Matt Van Epps wants to be the congressman for the 7th Congressional District. And I think that, that, from what I understand, that debate on Friday night, it was really, really good. A lot of people showed up and a lot of folks listened on the radio. And, there's going to be a lot more. So looking forward to getting to know not only Matt Van Epps even more, but also the other candidates as well. It is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, President Trump has the Bible on his agenda this morning. We'll explain coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Contours, home to the Belly Buster Special. Now, what is the Belly Buster Special? Well, I'm going to tell you that it is red light technology. It's new, it's cutting edge, it is unique, and it's effective. And what it essentially does is it helps you lose a couple of inches across the middle. And if you want to find out more about it, go to contoursllc.com, the website for my friends at Contours, and find out all about not only the Belly Buster Special, but also they've got an array of things that they can do for you utilizing that red light technology. Now, right now, if you want a Belly Buster Special, because listen, bathing suit weather is not over yet, my friends. So if you want to lose a couple of inches across the middle, check them out again online, contoursllc.com, or call right now. Be one of the first 10 callers at this phone number, and you get it for just $99. 615-236-9960. Maybe you want to start, getting ready for the holidays, and you want to look fantastic for your friends and family coming in. Contours is here to help you. 615-236-9960. Call right now. First 10 callers, 615-236-9960. And if you want to find out more about the Belly Buster Special and everything the Contours can do for you, check them out online. It is contoursllc.com. Taking advantage of their red light technology. It is cutting edge. It is unique. It is effective. 615-236-9960. Contoursllc.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to watch yourself in Murfreesboro this morning on 24 westbound side near I-840. That stalled out semi-tractor trailer truck is still there, and now 3 right lanes are blocked by it. Huge delay there as well. President Trump is set to speak in defense of religious liberty this morning on a visit to D.C.'s Museum of the Bible. It'll happen during a meeting of the Religious Liberty Commission, that's which Trump created in May through an executive order. That raid on a Hyundai plant where 500 illegals were working, well, the Trump administration says there's more of that coming. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, White House border czar Tom Homan accused employers who hire illegals. They say that he says they do it because they can pay them less and undercut U.S. citizen employees. ICE says many of those Hyundai workers either crossed the border illegally, overstayed their visas, or had tourist visas, which don't allow work permits. The disturbing murder of a Ukrainian woman on a North Carolina commuter train is now being picked up by mainstream media. The suspect has been identified as 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown. Here's ABC's Perry Russum.
His own mother says after he served 5 years in prison for armed robbery, Brown began to behave strangely. She says she got an involuntary commitment order and he was placed under psychiatric monitoring, diagnosed with schizophrenia. But she says he got so aggressive, she had to kick him out of her house. Earlier this year, he called 911, making what police describe as paranoid claims. A judge ordered a competency evaluation, but he remained a free man.
Now, meantime, Florida Congressman Ray Fine says he plans to introduce legislation to hold judges accountable if they do release violent offenders who go on to later reoffend. Meantime, GoFundMe has removed a campaign created to cover the legal defense fees and mental health support for that suspect, Carlos Brown. GoFundMe saying that the campaign violated the terms of service because he's been charged with a violent crime. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Dow Jones Industrial starting off 46 points lower this morning, but the NASDAQ rising 106 here after the opening bell. The S&P 500 index is up 12. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
All right, Joan, this is a big deal to me.
Okay, what is it?
I don't want this to suck.
Oh, okay.
This is where I'm going to try to do. Tell us what good thing, some random act of kindness someone has done for you.
Mm-hmm.
Not the other way around. I want to know what people have done for you. I've got mine.
Yeah.
You've got yours.
Yeah.
Sam's got his. I don't know about Chris, but he's here and he knows the instructions. I want to know from people on the phones. 615-737-9986.
And people don't make it suck.
615-737-WWTN.
Just repeating
phone
your
lines are
words.
open now. Listen, here's the deal. If nobody calls, then we'll just, talk about how the Titans let Cam Ward get sacked 6 times.
Oh.
Good Lord, man.
I think we can do better than that.
So hopefully, people call up with their good stories, and I'd love to hear them. Phone lines are open, 615-737-9986. Sam, by the way, is eagerly awaiting your calls. Stoltz Co. Dan Mandis here, and this is a great Tennessee company that continues to grow and expand. Now, you know that they build pole barns at Stoltz Co., and that these pole barns can serve as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, even barn dominiums. You can live in these barn dominiums, and these days barn dominiums are new and improved, and Stoltz Co. is now offering you turnkey options. Now, that means that they handle the design, the construction, and yes, the amazing finishing touches as well. You turn the key and you are home. And right now, they also offer storm shelters to keep you and your family safe. Your new pole barn from Stoltz Co. can be used for anything. So if you have some land that needs a building for whatever you want, call my friends at Stoltz Co. 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. StoltzCo.com.
Well, you've got an accident this morning, quite a few of them actually, in Hermitage on 40 westbound at Central Pike, exit 221A. Also, that's at the Hermitage. Then in Hermitage, you've got Central Pike north of Brendel Road. There's a crash at the railroad crossing there and some injuries involved as well. Oak Hill, Franklin Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard. There's a crash and a stalled out semi-tractor trailer in Murfreesboro. It's on 24 westbound before I-840. And now just the right shoulder is blocked off. Looks like they got it pushed off there. Green Hills, I-440 westbound at the Granny White Pike overpass, a crash, and the right shoulder is taken out by that one. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Little classic rock, 99.7 WTN. Actually, Super Talk, 99.7. I literally got confused as to what station I was on.
What did you say? I missed it.
Well, it's classic rock. I said classic rock, 99.7 WTN, because he's playing. Sam is, again, taking liberties with the bumper music.
Has our format changed?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's a little early.
Must be, yeah, on the way.
Oh, that route.
Classic rock?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No? All right.
No.
All right, so we're going to have fun in this segment. I'm ordering everybody to have fun.
Yes, sir.
Because the news, and you admitted, Chris, that it's kind of it's a good news day, but it's all like just, woman murdered on the train and...
Bit of a Debbie Downer.
Bit of on this show, it's a Danny Downer.
A Danny
Thank
Downer,
you.
I apologize.
So I'm forcing everybody to try to have a good time. Kind of like when you take your kids, like to the zoo when they're like 15 and they don't care about animals anymore. It's kind of what we're doing here. So what we're doing is we're talking about those moments, those times when somebody did something really nice for you, random acts of kindness to you. So I want to hear Sam's first because he's going to be screening calls, although we have full phone lines. And I don't want to take up all the time with us because I want to hear what people have to say. But Sam, go ahead real quick.
So there was a property I was helping manage that had turned into an Airbnb over in Germantown, Nashville area. My family had previously used the building as a law firm. They sold it, but then the value just started to climb. Guy came in and bought it, and he owned it, managed it for a few months, and I was taking care of the yard and everything external, sometimes internal in the property if something broke. And he sold it. And when he did, he had a shed full of stuff, a generator, power tools, all sorts of stuff, probably $3,000 or $4,000 worth of equipment.
Nice.
And he lived in Colorado. So when the sale went through and they closed, he gave it to me. He gave me everything in that shed.
Nice.
And to me, it was I had no idea why. I didn't need any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 years later, I'm owning my own home, and I need my circular saw.
Yep.
I need my power drill, my impact gun, and all the tools that he gave me. And then I sold the generator, and it allowed me to buy my wife's engagement ring.
Let's go.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Very cool. All right, Joan.
Good one. So this happened to me this weekend. I was traveling, flying from Baltimore to here. Oh, no, I'm sorry, from here to Baltimore. And I had a backpack on, had my granddaughter in my hands. The backpack, the adjustable straps on them?
Yep.
It comes apart. Now my backpack is hanging off of me. A lady comes over and she says, I just feel the need to help. Can I put this back on for you? So while I'm holding the baby and I'm trying to put my shoes on and, I'll do all kinds of things, she is fixing my backpack for me. And she said, just have a great day. And
Let's
I thought
go.
it was so simple. And it was
That's very
such a
nice.
sweet thing to do,
Yeah. All right, very good.
Yeah.
Philly Joan would have said, "Get away from me, you weirdo."
Philly Joan would have knifed her.
Philly Joan was not channeled that day.
I was not.
She's
No.
like, what car are you driving? I want to slash your tires.
I was accepting of the help.
Chris.
All right, so this was a few years ago. It was Christmas Day. Christmas Day, we had just gotten our new house a couple months back. We have very, very young kids. You know, Kennedy's, 5, and my youngest is 3. My other youngest was 0. So we're very young kids. And you know how Christmas is. It's expensive. Times get a little bit tight. Like not like pawning off the jewelry type, but it's Christmas time. And we get a knock on the door. And it's Christmas morning, and we missed who was there at the door, but we open up the door, and there's this big bag of presents for all the kids.
Wow.
And banana muffins and a card. I kid you not. And I can't remember the exact dollar amount, but it was $100 or $200 in a card.
Mm-hmm.
And said, we've been there before. Have a great Christmas.
How did you ever figure out who it was?
No idea.
That is so sweet.
No idea. It was one of the nicest things that ever happened to us.
I've been very lucky. I've got several, but I'm going to make them quick. I've told both of these stories on the air before. My car stalled out in the middle of the road, and a guy who was in front of me, not behind me, and that's important because if he was behind me, he would have been helping me start my car so that he could go. But he was in front of me. My Jeep stalled. He gets out of the car in the middle of traffic and tells me to pop my hood, and he fixed my car literally on the spot. He said, I know Jeep Patriots. They're pieces of junk. I know exactly what the problem is. I had one, and he fixed my car right on the spot.
That's awesome.
And he didn't have to.
I love that.
I'll never forget that. So that's number one. Number two, similar story to yours. I had gotten fired from my first ever programming job. I actually prefer the term cutback, but whatever. And so
you were riffed.
I was one of the famous Clear Channel riffs.
Oh, was that in 2008? Was it the part of the Obama riffs?
Yep.
You know that they did that. They did that to everybody. They hid behind firing everybody on the inauguration of Barack Obama.
Ah, very good. Well, anyway, so I got an anonymous card in the mail as well. So, and never did figure out who it was. Also, a couple of things. You know, listeners are doing nice things for us all the time. We don't talk about it because I don't want to encourage it. Because I don't want people to feel like we're trolling for stuff.
Yeah, it makes you feel kind of guilty.
But like Lindsay, she's always making us crafts.
Yep.
Like we got a bunch of pot holders back there. I've already taken a couple home for me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Lindsay's always doing cool stuff. And she doesn't have to, but she does. Donna, a while back, you remember Donna, Joan, bought me the In-N-Out book. Right before I was supposed to go on vacation. So people just...
And she brought us the Polish cookies, remember?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was that, Donna?
Yeah.
Bless you, woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was known as Mandinsky that day because she brought in Polish cookies. That was dumb. So let me find out what people now... I was like, yeah, that was dumb. Phil in Nashville, give us your story. What has somebody done for you? Random act of kindness.
Hey, good morning, guys. About 25 years ago, we had recently moved to Nashville, and I had recently lost my job. In the process of all that, we were renting an apartment. We were essentially raising our grandson, so funds were very, very low. My rent was coming due, and we didn't have maybe $5 or $10 in the bank. And the day before our eviction was to be processed, I got a call from our apartment manager that said, Phil, your rent has been paid for the month. You don't have to pay your rent. I have no idea who paid it. I have no idea how that happened.
That is amazing.
But nevertheless, I got my rent paid. And in the process of that, I made the promise that I would eventually, if possible, when possible, pay it forward. And since then, I've been able to do that several times. Maybe not to the extent of paying someone's rent, but I've been able to help people out from time to time.
I love that.
Phil, love it, and thank you very much.
Awesome story.
Yeah, thank you very much for what you did. Blair's in Nashville and WTN line 2. Go. Hey, Blair.
Hey, I had actually died twice and had to have a pacemaker put in.
You died twice?
My husband, yeah.
Can I just ask, this is probably a dumb question, Blair, but was it on the same day or was it two separate times?
No, it was actually separate times, almost a year to the day, from 1 year to the other, and they finally figured out I needed a pacemaker. So, of course, my husband had stayed at the hospital with me, missed work. I had missed work. And then when I came home, this lovely lady from church, I don't even know how she knew we needed any kind of help, but she took her off from work. I don't know if it was a vacation day without pay or what, but she took off from work and sat with me that day that I came home so my husband could go to work. And I just can't tell you how special that was, that she took care of me like a mom.
That's awesome, Blair.
I was a grown woman.
Blair, can I ask a very personal question? And I only got 30 seconds for you to answer. But when you died, did it affirm your faith, or how did you feel about it when you woke up?
The first time did not. The second time did. I absolutely believe in God and the afterlife, and absolutely.
He got your attention.
I'm not afraid to die.
Yeah.
All right, Blair, thank you very much for the call. Wow, that's amazing. Daniel's on the road on line 3. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, what's going on? So mine is a double kindness. We were at a Sounds game, the old stadium, Greer Stadium, and we're all way out in the cheap seats, well beyond third base. And suddenly the Lance family, like the crackers that you might buy, they came up to us and said, hey, we're supposed to throw the first ceremonial pitch. Would you like to do it? It was me, my brother, and my mom. And here we go, down to the field. And then suddenly, my brother, they gave him the ball. He turns to me and says, no, you throw it. And that was a double kindness right there in one sweep.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Chris, have you thrown? Thank you, Daniel. Have you thrown out the first pitch yet at a?
I have not. I have fear of embarrassment, so I'd probably make my sons do it.
Do you know what? Here's the thing, though, is that Matt Murphy actually, when he and I threw out the first pitch, I think it was a couple of years ago, he didn't even make it to the plate.
Oh, no.
And he backstopped it. So, yeah, talk to Matt Murphy about how to deal with the embarrassment.
This is exactly why I would bring both of my sons and say, you guys do it.
Fred.
You just called him out that way.
Fred is, we joked about it. Fred is in South Central on Super Talk 99.7. Go ahead, Fred.
Hello. I was driving back from Chattanooga with my 4-year-old son in the back seat of my Ford Focus 4-door car. Not a big car, but I stupidly ran out of gas about 2 miles before Murfreesboro exit. And so don't want to wake up my son. Don't want to try to carry him, get gas and all that. So I just start pushing the car. It was all right at first. It was flat, easy going. And so it became uphill. I'm singing the doxology just to, sort of like a prayer. And suddenly out of nowhere, a tow truck comes up behind me, gently touches my bumper, says, get in. He pushes me to the top of the hill. And as I begin to gain speed, he leaves. Not a word said. I drift. I gain speed all the way down the exit and pull up to the pump in the gas station right off the exit. And not another word said.
But
I'm not
cool.
sure if it was an angel,
right,
or a human being.
Well, you know what, Fred, to you, he was an angel. That's awesome, and thank you very much for the call. Jan is on line 2 in Nashville on WTN. Jan, go ahead.
Okay, so my father owned a bunch of rental property, and he had a family that rented for him a house for about 20 years. The lady worked in the laundry at Duke University. Long story short, she was never late on a payment, never. One Christmas, he asked us all to come home, the kids and the family, to come to the house. So we go to my mom and dad's house. His renter family comes up into our home, and he said, you have been the best tenant ever. You paid me for 20 years on time, never missed it, never late. And he gave her the deed to the house.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. That's amazing.
And he said, you are now only responsible for homeowners insurance and taxes. And they just started crying. We all did.
I'd cry too.
That is amazing.
That's a great story.
That is a great story, Jan. Thank you very much. Sam, how much time do we have? Do we have time for one more?
Do we have time to read the text I just got from Matt Murphy?
Go ahead. Oh, no. Is he calling me out for calling him out about how he hit the backstop? And the mascot for the Sounds was like, he couldn't even stop it.
He said, wow, during the Random Acts of Kindness segment, Matt Murphy catches a stray bullet from Dan Mandis.
More like a stray pitch, Matt.
Oh, come on, man. No, I mean that in all due love and respect. Like, I'm just going to say, I barely made it to the thing that I was throwing it to.
Yep.
What is the Sounds mascot called?
Ozzy.
Ozzy. I barely made it to Ozzy.
This is what Matt Murphy always says. Oh, I don't. All my kids are the best, but this is when kids really do come in handy because I'd look like a great dad. I wouldn't be embarrassed, and then the kids would have a great memory.
There you go.
Ever been in like the Chick-fil-A line and the person in front of you pays for your meal?
No.
So, that happened. Really?
No.
Maybe that's a Northeast thing. I don't know.
I've done that.
happened a
I've
lot.
done that for people.
Yeah.
I've done that for people before.
I've done that for people.
Yeah.
I have not had somebody do it for me. I don't think.
It's happened for me. I thought that was really nice.
I saw a meme on the internet. This guy is getting honked at in the drive-thru because he's taking too much time.
Mm-hmm.
He gets up to the first window. He pays for both orders for the person behind him that was honking.
Mm-hmm.
He gets to the second window. He presents both receipts and takes her food too.
It's not in the spirit of how we're doing this today.
All right, real quickly. So we got a couple more I hope to get to.
Yeah.
Real quick. So stay on hold, folks. I can't miss commercials. But Joan, what's coming up in the news at 9?
Well, ICE agents are on the move in yet another city sweeping illegal aliens for deportation. We'll tell you where coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Matt is here for Zintex. You know, your bathroom is one of the biggest selling points when it comes to getting your home sold. And Zintex can help you with a huge upgrade and a special price and offer for my listeners. Now, you can upgrade your bathtub into a walk-in shower with grab bars and a bench seat from Zintex. Now, this can help the older folks in your life, and a bathtub redesign can make your bathroom look spectacular. Now, your work is going to be done in a day or less, and it's going to look fabulous. Now, this is why I put my trust behind Zintex, and right now, they've got a great offer just for my listeners. You mentioned WTN. When you get a hold of Zintex, you are going to get a free Kohler toilet and get $999 off your bathroom project or enjoy no interest for 2 years when you mention WTN, whatever works best for you. Find them online, Zintex, Zintex.com. Dan Mattis here for Loan Pronto. Are you trapped in a high-rate mortgage, watching your hard-earned money vanish every single month? Well, stop right now and get in touch with my friends at Loan Pronto. They're delivering the lowest mortgage rates in 3 years. Now, Loan Pronto's rate reduction home loan program is a streamlined, low-cost way to slash your house payments by hundreds of dollars every single month. Lock in a fixed rate as low as 4.99% APR and close in as little as 2 weeks. There's no appraisal needed in most cases. And here's the kicker. You can actually skip your next 2 house payments entirely. Don't wait, though. This rates, they're not going to last long. Call Loan Pronto right now for your free, no obligation quote. Loan Pronto is amazing. Don't let these high rates hold you back. Call Loan Pronto at 615-499-5780. Go to loanpronto.com right now. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 8:58, Nashville's Morning News. All right, really quickly, Jeff is in Summertown. Jeff, what random act of kindness has someone done for you?
Hey, hi y'all. Hey, I used to live in Cool Springs, and I was going down the interstate right in front of the mall at rush hour, and I saw this really nice Mercedes, so I pulled over to help them change a tire. And as I was doing that, I knew who it was, but I wasn't about to say anything, and I finally couldn't do it. I said, "You're Possum, aren't you?" He said, "Yes, I'm George Jones, and this is my wife, Nancy." And I was like, I knew it. So I fixed this 450 whatever up, got the tire changed, dropped the jack down, and he shook my hand, and I could tell he greased my palm, but I didn't look at it. Went home a little bit later, it was $100 bill. I was like, oh, and I took a picture of it because it lasted a lot longer than the bill did. And as he drove away, it said no show. I was like, how did you not see no show? But it took me about 10 minutes, but I waited. I didn't say nothing. But I said, "You're Possum, aren't you?" Oh, I shook both their hands, and that was I got goosebumps right now. And I know y'all got to go, but I love all of y'all. I've been listening for 20 plus years, literally every day all day long for the last 15 years. And man, I got to throw out a shout out to Uncle Phil with your 100,000 watts, because he might not hear me out here in the woods.
All right, Jeff. Thank you very much.
I appreciate y'all. Y'all take it easy. Love y'all.
You too.
Appreciate you, Jeff.
Oh, wow.
There you go. All right, very good. Jeff's a good guy, obviously smart, knows how to change a tire.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's kind of an indictment on George Jones a bit, no?
Chris, real quickly, Philly Jones.
Yes.
Not Philly Jones, doggone it. Philly Karen.
Yes.
The dad gave the ball back.
Yes.
To Philly Karen. Good or bad parenting move?
Oh, awful. What
There
a
you
beta.
go.
What a
All right.
beta.
Okay, good. That's what I was saying.
Soy boy.
He's a soy boy.
A soy
No,
boy.
it
there
wasn't
you
even
go.
it wasn't even the giving it back. It was when he turned and was faced with an angry woman, and he tensed up and threw his arms in the air. He lost all
He
respect
looked like
at
Tim
that
Waltz
point.
dancing.
Oh, no.
All right, Chris Hand is up next on WTN.